Appeals and Advisors for the City of Chula Vista, and I call tonight's special meeting to order. Mayor Luce, would you mind beginning with the roll call, please?
Yes. Vice Chair N.
Aye.
Member Yuli.
Present.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Medier.
Present.
And Chair Stefani.
Present. All right, we'll move on to item 3, which is action items for this evening. There's only one action item, which is item 3.1, the appeal of building permit determination and code enforcement process related to 3 detached accessory structures, C25-0656. Good evening, everyone. This is an appeal hearing for a notice of violation and a technical code interpretation made by the building official pertaining to 3 detached accessory structures located in the rear yard of the subject property. I've called the appeal hearing to order. It's being held at the request of the appellant, Andre Denora. I note for the record that the hearing audio is being recorded. The appeal is being held today, the appeal hearing is being held today on April 29th, 2026, and we're now starting the hearing at 5:20 p.m. The hearing is being held in person at Chula Vista City Hall in Chula Vista, California. And I hope everyone will bear with us. We have quite a bit of reading to do before we get into both sides sharing their information. I'm Anthony Stefani, Chair of the Board of Appeals and Advisors for the City of Chula Vista. This board is the city manager's designee under Chula Vista Municipal Code, Section 2.26.30D. The board will decide the appeal, but I will preside over the hearing and run it as the lead hearing officer. The board's role in this matter is to provide due process. Due process involves notice and an opportunity to be heard before a fair and neutral decision maker. As the decision maker, the board must be neutral and must be a neutral and unbiased decision maker, showing fairness to both parties equally. The city has alleged 6 violations of the Chula Vista Municipal Code. This board must determine for each alleged violation, and after considering all of the evidence presented, whether the appellant is shown by a preponderance of evidence that a violation of the Chula Vista Municipal Code has not been committed. Then, based on these determinations, the board will decide as to each alleged violation whether to rule in favor of the appellant or in favor of the city. Any violations upheld by the board will be recorded. Any violations not upheld by the board will not be recorded. As to the parties, I ask that everyone present identify themselves for the record by stating their first and last name and their role. And I will start on my left here with the appellant.
Okay. Can you pull up the...
Yeah, so you just exited it out.
Can I ask if Anissa, Marisol, and Heather Davila are here present?
I don't know at this time, but as we go around and introduce ourselves, we will find out.
Okay. So do I need to introduce myself?
Yes, please.
I'm Andre, the owner of 1282 Helix Avenue, Chula Vista.
Very good, thank you. And your role as the appellant. Elizabeth, do we go around the...
We just read and then to the prosecutor and the city side, so just the parties.
Okay, very good. So from the city, if you please introduce yourselves and roles.
Good evening, Deputy City Attorney Nicole Carnahan on behalf of the city.
Shane Wagner, building official on behalf of the city.
Marisol Aguilera, Senior Code Enforcement Officer for City.
Brian Katakutan, Code Enforcement Manager on behalf of the city.
Javier Davila, building inspection manager on behalf of the city.
Anissa Pinelo Gallardo, Code Enforcement Officer.
Okay, and then I ask for the record that the appellant state or confirm the mailing address where any further notices should be served and can provide a courtesy email address as well.
1282 Helix Avenue.
Thank you. And the city must also identify the department point of contact for notice.
Shane, collaborative official.
Thank you. Okay, I will now explain the procedure for the hearing. Regarding the hearing itself, please direct any objections, motions, arguments, or procedural questions to me and wait for my response before continuing. This is not a court proceeding. We are not bound by the technical rules of evidence applicable to civil or criminal proceedings conducted in the courts of California. We would like, however, to proceed efficiently and to hear only evidence that pertains to the issues. Therefore, I ask both parties and the representatives to stick to the issues and to act courteously. In this administrative hearing, the city will introduce into evidence a record that they say supports the basis for the notice of violation, pending assessment of administrative civil penalties, and intent to record a notice of violation. If the board finds that the city satisfies the 4 elements under Chula Vista Municipal Code, section 1.40.050F, the burden will then shift to the appellant, who must show by a preponderance of evidence of why a violation of the Chula Vista Municipal Code has not been committed and why the recordation should not be completed. Regarding the burden of proof, for context, preponderance of evidence is the lowest of 3 main burdens of proof in American law. The 3 from the lowest to the highest are preponderance of evidence being the lowest, which is where the party with the burden must show that their version of the facts is more likely true than not true. The classic shorthand is more than 50%, or more likely than not. The second level is what's called clear and convincing evidence. This requires a high probability that the claim is true. This is often described as evidence that produces a firm belief or conviction in the truth of the matter. And then the highest level is beyond a reasonable doubt. This is what's used in criminal cases, which is the highest standard. This requires evidence so strong that there's no reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt. In this hearing, and under the preponderance of evidence standard, the appellant doesn't have to prove their case to a certainty. The appellant doesn't have to eliminate doubt, and the appellant doesn't even have to prove it to a high probability. They simply have to make it more likely than not that no violation occurred. If the scale tips slightly in the appellant's favor, they've met the preponderance standard. If the scale is exactly balanced or tips toward the city, they haven't. As far as witnesses, all testimony of witnesses will be under oath, and witnesses will be subject to all applicable penalties provided by state law for perjury. Official notice. The board takes official notice of the Chula Vista Charter, the Chula Vista Municipal Code, including Chapter 19.58.020, 19.24.100, and 15.06.08. These are now a part of the record in this matter. Due process. To ensure both the city and appellant have a full and fair opportunity to be heard, the board intends to provide equal time allotments for each side's presentation, and our secretary will keep track of time as we go. It's my intention to conclude the evening's hearing within approximately 2 hours, and I would ask both presenters to focus their remarks accordingly. As the chair of the hearing, I retain discretion to adjust the speaking time as needed to keep the hearing on schedule. Should the board determine that additional time is needed to fully consider the matter, we have the authority to continue the hearing on a subsequent date. So the order of the procedure for the sharing of information and evidence will be as follows. First, we will do opening statements, where each side will have the opportunity to provide an overview of the case. This is not the time to go into the details of the evidence, and I would ask that each side keep it to about 3 minutes and just give a broad overview. After that, the city will go first to present their case, and they will present an administrative record certified by the Director of Development Services. Yes? Development Services. At that point, the public will be allowed to comment on the administrative record, and the board will vote as to whether the administrative record meets the requirements set forth in the municipal code. After the city presents, it will be the appellant's turn to present their case. And this is after the board accepts the certified administrative record from the city with a prima facie showing. Then the appellant proceeds. Witnesses testify, exhibits and evidence are introduced, and the city and the board will have the opportunity to ask questions at that point. After the appellant presents, the city may present a rebuttal, including witnesses and exhibits. And after the city's rebuttal, the board may ask additional questions of either party. After the board asks questions, both sides, the city and the appellant, will have the opportunity to make closing statements, and the city has the opportunity at the end to offer a rebuttal. And submission after the final statement, the matter is submitted to this board, at which point the public has another opportunity to provide comment before the board votes on the violations. On some administrative matters, I will call for breaks as needed. There will be the two opportunities that I mentioned for public comment before the board votes on each of the specific matters. And at this point, I would ask, does either party wish to make a motion to exclude any witnesses from these proceedings?
No.
No? Okay. Next, are there any preliminary matters that the parties need to present for consideration?
No.
None from the city?
I would like to present the facts, what happened on each day.
Understood. Understood. So you'll have the opportunity to provide an overview, give us a couple minutes overview, and then you will have much more time to go into granular detail, which we'll appreciate. Okay. If there are no other preliminary matters, are there any questions from either side on the procedure for the hearing?
No.
Okay, very good. Now that we have confirmed the procedure, understood. Mr. Nanur, if you don't mind, audibly, do you have any further questions on the procedure?
Question. So, who's going to start? I'm going to start.
First, it will be the city's opening statement, and then you'll have a chance to make your own opening statement. And these opening statements would be just a general overview, and in your time, you don't necessarily need to dispute any particular thing the city says in terms of detail. You'll have a lot of time for that a little bit.
So I shouldn't just interrupt. I should just listen.
Just give us an overview for a couple minutes. Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Okay, great. So both sides will now start with opening statements, which, as I mentioned, should be brief. Secretary, if you can keep us to 3 minutes, and these will be uninterrupted, so no side will interrupt the other. And the city may go first.
Thank you. We're here this evening to hear the appeal from Mr. Minora regarding his property at 1218 Helix Avenue. A basic overview of the situation is that on September 9th, 2025, Code Enforcement Officer Anissa Pinero Gallardo conducted an initial site inspection in response to a citizen complaint. During the inspection, 3 detached accessory structures were observed at the property, and at all times the property we're referring to is 1282 Helix. After measuring the structures, all 3 detached accessory structures were found to have a floor area exceeding 120 square feet, meaning the structures are not exempt from building permit requirements per Chula Vista Municipal Code Section 15.06.080B. Chula Vista Municipal Code 19.58.020 also governs accessory buildings. One accessory structure was found to be in violation due to its location within 6 feet of the main dwelling, specifically in violation of 19.58.020D. There were also physical indications that the accessory structures were being utilized as sleeping rooms. A notice of violation was issued to the appellant on September 25th, 2025, citing the violations related to the accessory structures over 120 square feet without a building permit and the non-compliant location of a structure within the required 6-foot setback from the primary dwelling. The notice of violation required the following corrective action to be completed prior to October 25th, 2025. 1, to cease living in all sheds immediately. 2, to reduce all shed sizes to 120 square feet or less, or in the alternative, to obtain a building permit for all sheds greater than 120 square feet. And 3, to remove the shed that was found less than 6 feet from the dwelling and obstructing the window. The property owner, Mr. Nenora, at that time disputed the alleged violations and requested an additional supplemental inspection. At the property owner's request, Senior Code Enforcement Officer Marisol Aguilera scheduled a follow-up inspection to be conducted on October 14th, 2025. On that date, Ms. Aguilera and the building inspection manager, Javier Davila, conducted a secondary inspection to verify the prior observations and violations that were noted in the September 25th notice of violation. As a result of the second inspection, the following findings were confirmed and an updated notice of violation was issued on October 16th, 2025, noting these findings. Okay, I'll proceed. So the alleged violations, which are the subject matter of the hearing tonight, are alleged violations of Chula Vista Municipal Code 19.58.020.
Excuse me. The 3 minutes has elapsed. If you don't mind, maybe we can conclude briefly and then give 3 minutes to Mr. Moore.
Yes, so the board will have before it copies of the notice of violation. The allegations in the notice of violation are the sole subject matter of the hearing tonight, and we are confident that after the evidence is presented, you will find that the city inspection was conducted properly, the violations were correct, and that the appeal should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moore, your 2 minutes.
Shane, can you pull up the,
Could I pull the information? Is that okay?
Yes.
I submitted it to them.
Wait, do you want
The field narrative.
is that, it's taking a while to project, so.
Oh, it's my phone. Can I use my phone? Because, I mean, I submitted it. They told me to submit it electronically.
So we have received 2 electronic attachments.
Correct. The field narrative will be.
Everyone has a copy.
Will it work better if it's closer?
One second, Mr. Moore.
Did you want?
We may have printed copies of it here in the
I can read it.
vast.
Yeah, I can try it. No,
Does that
it's,
work,
I have a
paper?
second.
I do. I have what I believe is a field narrative. This is a series of bullet points, which if you don't mind, I would appreciate maybe the 3-minute overview of it, and
Yeah,
we can go bullet by
I'll do
bullet.
it.
And what is given is in attachment 12 under finders.
Tab number 12, you said?
Yes, but behind the,
This is not it. This is part of it.
it's the last, it's attachment 12.
Oh, I got it.
Tab 12.
You got it? Okay, so these findings were ran on 9/2/2025. I received a notice of code violation and complaint, 9/26. These structures were built a month prior, so the complaint was actually done after the fact, which I don't understand why. The initial review was Anissa and her colleague. Prior to the start of the investigation, I told her, well, we talked and I said, hey, I feel comfortable showing you guys my house without a warrant or anything. I don't feel uncomfortable. I feel like I can show you guys that I did nothing wrong, right? So prior to start of investigation, I confirmed with them that the only complaint was the inspection of the rear backyard, okay? They started measuring clearances and zones and building dimensions of the 3 sheds. I noticed that code enforcement and NISA was using an incorrect type measure that you really can't measure from top or down, or she was measuring from like parts and pieces. So to me, that was not an accurate way of measuring properly. So anyway, her colleague stated, hey, these are sheds. She confirmed that her team was gonna review, that was the initial review. I even offered to help her measure because, I mean, I do this for a living, so she kind of refused, she just wanted to do it herself. So I wasn't confident in the way she was measuring, and I wasn't trusting the process that the city had at that time. So I requested a second, I actually requested a second inspection directly with a building official. I've worked in cities in the past where the building official can actually come out. They're actually inspectors and they can verify everything, right? So Marisol actually denied me that the building official to come out. She said she was gonna get her boss, which is Javier Davila, to actually come out. And I was like, well, no, I want the building official. And she's like, no, we're gonna get Javier Davila and me to come out. I was like, okay, whatever, great. You know, I need a second inspection, right? So 10/7, so I'll just keep it very short, right? So we had a second inspection, right? The first inspection, just to make it clear, right? I restated that we're only looking at the rear backyard. Great. So on the second inspection, Javier Davila and Marisol came out. They started measuring. They asked me to open up the rooms. So 2 of the rooms were completely empty. I showed them, hey, I did whatever you guys requested me to do, which was clear out the rooms because they had a suspicion that there were people living in there, right? Yeah, so they checked inside. There was no rough MEPs. It's just pretty much, there's no rough MEPs. It's a shed, right? We just put in drywall and floor in case we want to put stuff in there, just for weather, etc., right? Okay, can you hear?
We've reached 3 minutes for opening. I'll give you the opportunity to briefly conclude like we did for this.
So they measured. They said, hey, they mentioned some electrical codes, sizing, and I said, hey, I completely refute this. They looked at the concern about the window being blocked. I told them, hey, there's no concern because at the closet, there's 2 windows in the actual room, so one of the windows is not blocked. There's a door that's a form of egress and a window. Then they started referencing items that were not in the rear backyard, which I was like, what are you guys looking here for? Because you're here to just inspect the rear backyard, and they started trying to pretty much bring out stuff that was not in the rear backyard.
Okay.
So that was pretty much everything. And then I had to follow up with the email with Shane. Then we pretty much just went from it.
Okay, thank you for sharing. At this point, then, we will move on after opening statements to the city's presentation of the case, and this is where the city will present the administrative record certified by the director.
Yes, I believe all the board members should have a copy of the certified record, certified by the Director of Development Services, Roy Sapau. At this time, pursuant to Chula Vista Municipal Code, Section 1.40.050F, that provides that the proponent for the director may introduce into evidence and rely upon an administrative record which clearly demonstrates 4 elements. 1, the conditions, acts, or omissions upon which the proposed action is based. 2, the regulatory authority for the proposed action. 3, technical or factual data supporting the proposed action. And 4, any other information or data relevant to the proposed action. At this time, I would ask the board to review the certified packet. And it's the city's position that we have clearly demonstrated each of the 4 elements. These are certified records of the Development Services Department, which capture the alleged violations upon which the proposed action is based. Copies of the municipal code that are relevant to the violations. Other forms which the board should take into consideration to support the proposed action, as well as the various notices and photos documenting the alleged violation. At this time, since it's the city's position that the criteria have been met, we would ask the board to find that we have made our prima facie showing in support of the proposed action and request that the burden going forward shift to the appellant.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, have we received any public comment regarding the administrative record?
We do have two public comments. Robert wishes to speak.
This is a public comment, not a witness statement, correct? Thank you for the timer. It even holds staff accountable just like the public, right? And so it's good that we all have accountability. I would just urge everybody to look outside and see the extension cable hanging from the city's roof about like improper extension cables. But hey, what do I know? We're just here to pick and choose what rules are enforced on who. So, I know this. You guys have the tiny sheds, right? You call them sheds. People live in sheds, according to the definition of the city. I mean, how many flip-flopping words do we have to take serious from people where you're putting restrictions on healthy people, right? Now, there has to be a balance somewhere in this because we're a community and we should be able to work through issues. Whether it's going to be hearing out a position that you disagree with and then finding a middle ground, or tearing down his whole everything he's done. Is that really the mission? Right? So like I just want to make sure our mission is focused on the right things and not impugnated, like just out of nowhere gonna tell someone everything they've done is wrong. According to his pictures, I can see it's under 8 feet, or the restrictions. According to other pictures, we can't. He said that they didn't take the correct measurements. We don't have evidence of them taking the evidence. We just have them taking it. So, and if I'm going to ask for a building inspector, I would expect a building inspector, right? I would not expect to be told by, but staff that I'm asking for something improper. So, this is just my brief observation of the meeting. I have no ties to him. I don't know him. I come here to record it because I want to see the accountability on this part, that if the public can engage, are we heard? I'm not saying you have to support everything he's going to say. You don't have to support everything I'm going to say, but you definitely don't have to support everything they're going to say. So like I said, in this community of Chula Vista, we'd like to shine bright, even through trials. So I hope in fairness, we can hear each other and come to some sort of agreement. Thank you for my time.
Secretary, I think we're ready for the second comment. We have received one.
Actually, the second comment is also Rob, but he wishes to speak after. About the second.
At the second.
I see. Okay. So there's no further public comment on the administrative record.
Correct.
So I would open the discussion to the board to ask any questions to our counsel regarding the nature of the prima facie record and what's being asked. So if anything is not clear, or if you'd like some more information before we vote on whether or not to accept that, this would be a good time for us to discuss and to ask counsel.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand it.
Okay. Any other maybe questions that we can go into an explanation, but I want to do others share the question or other questions to ask. Okay. Would you like to explain, Elizabeth, or would you like me to give it a shot?
You can take a shot. You're right. They can address pre-caution in general. And
How about this? I will do my best to explain it as I understand it, and Elizabeth will correct me where I probably will be mistaken. But the city is responsible for providing a certified administrative record, which is to say these are the facts of the case. And on the merits of that record, if we find that record valid, this becomes sort of the evidence that the city has put in the scale, and we take it at face value. Okay, this is what prima facie means. And so if that is the action of the board, then it becomes the appellant's burden to put evidence in the scale to outweigh that initial evidence. So I would pause it.
Yeah, so it's, as he said, it's evidence on the face of it. So, for example, the concept of prima facie, a signed contract is evidence of a valid agreement. It doesn't mean that ultimately the agreement may be valid. It just, is there just enough initial evidence to then move to the next step and give the appellant the opportunity to then address the violation. So that's it. It's like the starting point. Is there enough to get to the starting point? And there are 4 criteria in the municipal code that you can compare that to what is in this record.
I heard those. So it doesn't have to include how you started the whole thing. It's like how they were called out for the violation. Right? That's not.
So it is this board's judgment to determine whether the evidence presented meets the prima facie requirement. So it's our judgment here. Okay. And I would say in my own opinion, one of the ways I've been thinking about this, I don't know, maybe I should run this by you first, but is in terms of the evidence of the claims is to be weighed subsequent, right? The detailed evidence really all comes out once both sides can share more. This is to understand, did the city have a basis for even starting here? And not necessarily revealing every fact from zero in this initial administrative record. Is that correct?
Correct. So, and then from there, the appellant can raise arguments from, that goes to the weight of this evidence.
Okay. There's one more thing I was going to add. See if it comes back. I suppose I don't know if I need to. Does the board feel like we understand that issue well enough to take action, or would we like to keep discussing?
Well, we understand and understand.
Okay. Very good. Okay, very good. Well then, would one of our board members here be able to find how we should make the motion?
I guess you would call for someone to make a motion.
I was going to ask if a board member would like to make a motion along the lines of finding that the administrative record provided by the city and certified by the director meets all requirements of Jurisdiction Municipal Code 1.40.050F. So we, to accept the record, need to find that it meets those 4 requirements. So if you would like to move forward, we need a motion. Mr. Taylor, and we have a second with Mr. M. Very good. Secretary, would you call the vote? Please.
For the record, the motion was made by Vice Chair Menier and seconded by Member M.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Member M, how do you vote? Yes. Member Yuli,
Yes.
Vice Chair Menier,
Yes.
Chair Sclafani,
Aye.
the motion carries.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Now that completes the city's presentation of the case and the vote on accepting the administrative record. And now we will move on to the appellant's presentation of the case. For, I guess, the benefit of the appellant, I would say that we spent around 10 to 15 minutes on the city side, and I'm willing to give you more time than that, but not necessarily 10 times more. So feel free to go into detail, and if it looks like it's going to potentially take all night, then I may ask you
May I continue, Matt, some more comments on the second inspection?
This is your time to go into full detail.
Okay, so,
If he's presenting evidence or testifying, you can sort of administer.
Okay. So I have been advised that at this time, if you are going to provide testimony and evidence, that I need to swear you in as a witness. So, Mr. Minora, if you don't mind, please raise your right hand and give an answer to the following oath for witness. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Very good. Thank you, and I remind the witness that they are bound by their oath for the duration of the hearing. Sorry, please continue.
So around 10:14, Javier and Marisol came on site. The sheds were measured. The building inspector, Javier Dalla, was trying to convince me that I should get building permits for all 3 sheds. I was not agreeing. He was acting very nervous as if someone was suspiciously trying to impose something unnecessary. Let's note that he did not inspect the last shed. They also went into the first 2 sheds. It was all empty, but they didn't bother to measure the last shed. They also inspected the last shed also. Javier stated that permanent courts are not allowed. He gave me an option which is absurd, and he stated that I should rent an expensive electrical generator. I confirmed him that the city is stating that the courts can be disconnected every day as requested by me. So Marisol requested the sheds be open. 2 sheds were empty as per the city's request, and 1 shed will have storage material inside. I didn't need to. I was trying to please the city, but I was not trying to completely clear everything out because I have no space where to put it, and I didn't need to see the need for it to be emptied. So Marisol made the claim again that people live in the shed, and I refuted this as a strong accusation with no proof. She did not reply with a counter argument. Let me see. Javier and I looked at the shed closest to the household. He mentioned that there was some concern with the room and a closet, that the shed closest was 2 feet to the household. It's one of the rooms. So it's actually blocking the window, the closet window, but not the main room window. So I even offered, I went inside the household, I opened up the room, and I showed him, hey, it's a closet. He picked and he confirmed. And then I came back outside once again. A thing that caught me really off guard was code enforcement Marisol was insisting on entering, or I consider an attempt to trespass my household. I refused. As stated again, I mentioned to the city on the first inspection, you guys are only looking at the backyard. You are not looking at anything else. Let me see. So last few minutes before exiting my property, Marisol pointed out that the patio cover was touching the house. It was a patio cover that I had nothing to do. It was a patio cover that was already present when I purchased the home. And I told her I had nothing to do with this. I shouldn't be held liable or responsible to this because I have no business doing that. Javier, he also noticed a room. Marisol took photos from the exterior, and they took an exterior. Again, this is all not part of the rear backyard. It's to the side of the household. Javier stated that he had a concern with an extension cord poking through the wall. I stated that there's no concern because the cords are connected to a GFCI, that they trip as like a little 1 out of 30 amps. They just literally trips and shuts up the power. Also, we disconnect the cords daily as requested by them. So lastly, Marisol and Javier looked very nervous and suspicious when pointing out the exterior patio, the room, and the water heater. It seems like they were just trying to find anything to write as a violation in the report other than just inspecting the rear backyard.
And I would object to speculation. For the record.
They exited my household without saying anything. I asked them what were the next steps.
Excuse me, sir, 1 second while we, respond to the objection. So if you don't mind, could you repeat the objection, and let us know what statement you said that you object to, please?
He said he looked very nervous and it seemed they were looking to find anything to write as a violation in the report. I would object to that as speculation.
And this is my, decision here as chair. Okay, I would sustain that objection. So, Ms. Warren may continue, please.
So as they were exiting my household, I asked them what were the next steps. They looked nervous once again. They said they would email me, then they would email me, they just sent a violation notice, an updated violation notice, which included more items that were added from the previous first violation. So I requested a second inspection for further better review. I don't think I received it. I think it was their problem. So, we can go to the photos, please. And I work with inspectors. I mean, I've done construction for 10 years, so I can tell when some sections get cheap. That's about what I got from the city. So while we were waiting, I believe you guys had the chance to look at the first report.
Yes.
So we go from 1 description violation to 3 corrective actions. And then the second one goes 6 violations to 6 corrective actions. So this is my measurements that I took. The exterior, so I'm excluding a 1-inch trim on each side. So in the red, the exterior actually measures 1.5 wide by 10.5 diameter. The interior, what really matters to me as a homeowner, because that's where I put my stuff, I don't really care about the outside. The interior measures 11.7 by 9.6.5. That's less than 120 square feet. You can go to the next bullet point. The second shed goes 12.4.5 by 10.1 on 10.2 on the exterior. The interior is 11.10.5 by 9.7. You can go to the next bullet point. The third shed goes exterior 12.6 by 10.5. The interior is 11.11 by 9.6.5. So that's response to the first description of violation. It says they exceed. I am stating that no, like what really matters to me is the interior. And there's no, I mean, let's be honest, like I'm not trying to build a 13 by 15 or 10, like 20 by 20. It's very accurate that it's 120 square feet less, right? And these don't require a permit, and they're permit exempt and code exempt. The second bullet point, improper electrical use. So they said the setup must be removed that does not comply with requirements. So courts, as you can see, the courts are disconnected on a daily. They're connected to an exterior receptacle that has a GFCI. Any little change in the electricity amp, it pops, it destroys the power. There's no issue. Plus, you also disconnect it every day, so there's no problem. You can go to the next bullet point. On the third. So the third says the shed will need to be removed or relocated to meet code compliance. The shed must be close enough to not meeting the 6 feet requirement. So as you can tell, it's about 22 inches. It's about 2 feet. Their main concern was that the window that was being blocked, it was not an egress compliance. And I told them, hey, I will show them, and we can see from the building plan, that's a closet. It's on the top left. That's a closet, and that's the main building, the main living room, the main bedroom. So the main window is not blocked, right? Their only concern was on the closet window, and I showed them, right? Again, the shed's 120 square feet, code, building exempt, permit exempt, code exempt. We can go to the next. Oh, sorry. Let me say on that. Can we go up a little bit? So the city is requiring me to remove the shed or get building permits. So how is the building permit going to solve or appease their concern? I don't see any concern. But how the building permit, which costs money, and it's money to them, how is that going to appease them? It doesn't. So they obviously know I'm not going to destroy it. So yes, I do believe that they're trying to get money out of this situation. Number 4, can we go to the next one? So they stay on permitted living space. This is actually a structure that's not in the rear backyard, but I'm going to give you an example of what it is. They're stating that there's a 10 by 10 attached structure that appears to be used as a living space with an eccentric corner running for lighting. So as I stay with them, they're only looking at the rear backyard. Why are they asking for permission to go into the side of the house? I locked it. They never asked for permission to go in. I just locked it. We can go again. So as you can see, it says, receive a complaint regarding a possible unpermitted construction or permit in the rear yard. Why are they looking at my side of the house? It was very, very suspicious. We can keep scrolling down. So from the measurements, it's a 7 by 7 structure. Please keep going down. Stop right there. We have an email from Javier Davila saying it's a 10 by 10 structure. So right now they're putting false information on this legal document. Okay? They're saying it's used as a living space, and it says the owner declined entry as the interior could not be inspected. First of all, they never asked me to enter that room. And I told them from the very first inspection, they only inspect the rear backyard. So they're making a false accusation with no proof that there's people living in there. And that actually comes from building inspector manager Javier Davila. That's his email. And if you need further proof, I can show it to you. We can keep scrolling down. So they're stating that is can you stop there? They're stating that that's a living space. So that's a photo from Redfin prior to the construction of that little attachment. As you can see, maybe you want to zoom in Shane Wagner, if it's possible. Maybe zoom in a little bit. Maybe it's visible from here. But you can tell right there, that's a washer and dryer. So they're claiming that I use that as a living space. I told them it's a washer and dryer room. I don't want to be freaking cold when I go in there doing laundry, when it's raining, whatever. Right? But they're claiming it's a living space with no proof. And they have the audacity to put that on the legal document. Can we please keep going down? Can you scroll up a little bit? No, that's fine. That's just a second picture. Keep scrolling down. So these all photos from Redfin. These are all prior to me acquiring the house, which is 2023. So these are all formal photos, nothing crazy, right? So 6, they're saying an unpermitted water heater on the exterior of main dwelling. So I can show you right there, if you can zoom in, there's a water heater right there. That was prior to me purchasing the house. And it's there. I haven't touched it. I wasn't even aware of it. You can see also the patio cover that you can see circled. I haven't done anything there. It's been like that. That's how I purchased the house. I have no clue. I haven't touched it. We can go to the next bullet point. So we're going to go to the correction action notices. So they're stating me to seize all living sheds immediately. I said to them in an email. I confirmed with them, hey, you guys are assuming based on pictures that what there's mattresses and there's, construction tools and et cetera. So they have no proof. They're assuming that I have people living there. For me to just be a team player, because, I mean, I'm gonna be dealing with this city for quite some time due to my profession. I try to appease to them and I clear those 2 rooms out. That's what the 2 rooms look like right now. They're all cleared out. On the 3rd one, I didn't bother because there was too much stuff. I didn't have anywhere to put in it. And that was the photos that you can tell is 9/16/3, October 14th. The rooms were completely empty. And that's poking that's the exterior cable that we just disconnect. Can we keep going down? So let me just stay on that little topic. So they're accusing me of people living in there, that this is using the living space with no proof, legal proof. And I told them, hey, assumption's not legal in the state of California, show me your proof. Because that's a strong accusation to put on a legal document, right? And they're making me do actions and they're asking me to get building permits. I think it's a very strong accusation. So, again, reduce all shed size to be square feet or less, or obtain a building permit to be shed on 120 feet. As I already explained again, the interior is less than 120 square feet. If they're measuring on the exterior, they're measuring on the exterior. To me as a homeowner, I only care about the interior. That's all I care about, right? I don't care about the exterior. And if it grew like an inch because of the drywall and the exterior siding, I mean, great. I'm sorry, So sheds are 120 square feet less, building permit exempt and code exempt. 3, we're going to look at I put this as a 3A because they put 3, and they put 2 3s. So they said remove electrical extension cords used to supply the electricity to each shed. I don't know why this is still in here. When you just remove, they confirmed that I removed daily. What's the issue? And why is it not going away on the second notice? Right? 3B, remove shed found less than 6 feet from main dwelling. So these sheds are building code exempt and permit exempt. They're 120 square feet, right? Their main concern was it was blocking a closet window. It's a closet window. It's not an exit egress for me. There's nobody who lives in it. It's a closet. I have a window and I have an exit door that in case of a fire, I exit out. Those are confirmed. I confirmed with the inspector, but for some reason they still kept it in. Okay, number 4. So again, this is to the saying, remove unpermitted living space found in the rear of the house or obtain a proper permit to legalize unpermitted living space. Submit proof of building records to code officer. I don't have to submit anything because these guys are accusing me of something with no legal proof. They're making an assumption and they're putting it on a legal document with no legal proof. I'm going to refuse to submit legal proof to anything because I don't need to prove them to anything. They didn't see no people, they have no witnesses, they're assuming based on, because I have a mattress and my construction tools, like I sleep in there. So anyway, so I think that states that it's not a living space, it's a shed, 120 square feet are permitted exempt and code exempt. No proof needed to be submitted to the city. The shed was not inspected. Strong false accusation against the homeowner with no legal proof. And also the city attempted to ask me to enter my property without, when I originally told them they can't. And again, this is not on the rear backyard, this is on the side of the house. 5, remove for permanent attached patio cover. So this is Redfin. This is November 6, 2023. This I pulled it also on the internet. These are the photos. Can you keep scrolling down? Again, you guys saw this photo. The attached patio cover is there. I have nothing to do with this. Keep going down. You can see it from a different angle. It wasn't there. It was already there. I have nothing to do with it. Why am I getting a code violation on the side of the house, which is not considered rear backyard? And why are they adding more stuff when it's not pertaining to the actual complaint notice? Can you keep scrolling down? So the last bullet point is this: obtain water heater permit. I have nothing to do with this. The water heater permit, the water heater's right there. I didn't do anything. I purchased the house the way it is. You know, whoever did it prior to me got away with it, and why should I be penalized for something I didn't do? You know, that's my stance on it. It doesn't cause any issues. Any issues that arises, I have to fix it. It's my household. There's no safety issues. You know, it's just a covering. You know, that's my concern if something happens, right? But like I said, I had nothing to do with this. It was already there, and these were filed prior to 2023 November. I actually moved into the house January 1st of that, the first week of January 2023. Keep scrolling down, please. There's just more extra photos of the patio cover. Keep scrolling down, please. Keep scrolling down. It's just responding, right? That is all I have to say. I requested 2 inspections. I don't think I received proper inspections. It is what it is. I mean, I work with city inspectors. I work with construction. That's all I do. You know, and I can tell when someone's acting fishy. So this is really it. There was no intention on their side to help me out or be reasonable. I did reach out to Shane Wagner. However, Shane Wagner was not part of it. He's like, hey, I'm just going to delegate it to my court officers. And I was like, okay, great. I mean, I was pretty much just telling them like they were doing a lot of things that were not correct. And he just delegated it to their team. I was like, okay, that's the stance I'm going to take. And yeah, I mean, they're 120 square feet. They're building code exempt. There's no safety issues, no electrical safety issues. You know, those 2 items, why did they include that? And it's not even part of a rear backyard. And yeah, like I said, that's all I have, to be honest. I'm just a homeowner. You know, I mean, they're going to be storage sheds. I'm going to put my construction tools. I got my construction license. I do actually, I don't know if you guys take this as evidence, but this is a Sweetwater Planning and Construction Department. I'm actually a contractor for Sweetwater Chula Vista High School. So I'm informed of some of the previous incidents that has happened in the city of Chula Vista, some of the fraud, some of the corruption
Objection
cases.
beyond the scope improper,
And
no foundation.
So, I would sustain the objection and agree that that information is not it is not in the scope of these 6 violations that you're in discussion.
Now, I would ask to strike it from the record for the board not to take those statements into consideration.
Sustain, I agree. So the board will not consider those. You may conclude.
this is my license. This is for my business. I made 3 chefs for my business, 120 square feet. That's okay. This was actually assigned December 2025.
If you'd like, you are able to submit those items into evidence for us to consider.
Sure.
Mary Liz, would you mind possibly taking a photo of the licenses and contractor badge? Mr. Denard, is there any other evidence that you would like to enter into it?
That's it. It's been an emotional toll. Like I said, actually, they take all the actions that previously concerned. They've completely disregarded it. They are committing pretty much code violations that, to me, are not pertaining to the rear backyard, not even pertaining to me as a homeowner. So, I'm just gonna say this, they're a big entity, I'm a homeowner. They're going against a little guy. These people have millions of dollars. So, I just want justice, I just want a reasonable, resolution. Like I said, I'm gonna be doing business with these people all over San Diego County. I try to develop a good relationship with them. Apparently it didn't go that way with the first two code violations. And it takes an emotional toll when they put these notices that they're gonna do mechanics liens and, like go against my house and all that stuff. So this is pretty serious stuff. I'm not, that's, I even contemplated to Shane Wagner, I even portrayed my concerns with his team via email, via phone call. He just delegated it to his team. I even told him, hey man, there's no reason for this to go any more than it should go. But I hope I prove that, there was no evil harm, there's no harm or anything. It was I'm just a homeowner, man. I'm trying to just start a business, put my shit into there, and right now it's just a big entity against a little homeowner guy. So you guys are starting a business. And like I said, to me, this is very, it's tough, man, because I see this. How many other homeowners are experiencing this?
I would object at this time as cumulative, argumentative, we're not presenting any evidence anymore.
I am done. That's all I have to say.
Sure. So they will need to be, reflect the name of it and number for the record.
Okay, so first I will sustain the deputy city attorney's objection that no evidence is being presented. I will thank the appellant for completing the presentation of his case. And at this point,
No,
striking.
she can ask no question from the board member. Then we'll.
So that's fine, both of these we must do a vote on this first. Okay, great. So as part of the appellant's presentation of the case, both the city and the board have the opportunity to ask questions. So I will ask the city. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll do that, but first let's mark these as exhibit 1, exhibit 2, and read the names for the record.
Okay, very good. So I will mark the contractor badge for Sweetwater Union High School District as Exhibit 1. Appellant's Exhibit 1. And I will mark the contractor license, general contractor classification B license as Appellant's Exhibit 2, and admit them both into the record. Okay. Now we will move into questions from the city to the appellant.
Mr. Honora, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. I am projecting photographs that were included in the certified administrative record. These are photographs taken at your backyard on September 9th, 2025 at 2:30 p.m. during the first inspection. You would agree that these are photos of your property on that date, correct?
Taken by your team.
I'm showing you two photographs in the middle of the screen. That is an inflatable bed with bedding on it, correct?
Correct.
On the right, there is a like a folding beach chair, patio chair, correct?
Correct.
And a sleeping bag. What's on the top right photo on top of the bed? Is that a sleeping bag or what kind of item is that?
I can't see.
Showing you, this appears to be a different shed since the walls are different. This is another inflatable bed with smiley faces on them, a blanket, 2 pillows, and a lamp, correct?
Yeah.
And there's wiring that is going straight through the wall of the shed into the interior space, correct?
Correct.
On the right-hand side, that photo appears to show some kind of table with electronics on it, correct?
Correct.
On these photos that I'm showing you, there is a suitcase and a floor fan, correct?
Correct.
On the right-hand photo, there's also another inflatable bed with bedding and pillows, correct?
Correct.
And then these are showing, I'd like to direct your attention to the photo on the left. There is an electrical cord coming out of a hole straight out of the storage shed to the exterior, correct?
Correct.
And you used some kind of adhesive or caulking material to affix the cord to the exterior of the shed, correct?
It's not to here.
So what is it?
It's like, so do you want bugs for it to go into my shed?
So you've sealed the hole because you drilled a hole that went straight from the exterior to the interior.
Correct. Because I don't want bugs to go inside the shed.
Okay.
That's the issue.
And on the right-hand side, that is an extension cord. There are 2 cords plugged in together on the outside of the house, correct?
Correct.
And are they taped together?
They're taped so it doesn't rain, but I disconnect them every day. I mean, you can clearly see it's taped so they hold.
Objection, there's no question pending. Okay, and this is a photo of the allegation, the shed that is, that code enforcement said is too close to the main dwelling. So I would like to point out on the left-hand side, this is the main house, the main property, correct?
Correct.
And this right here is one of the sheds, one of the accessory structures, correct? And you would agree that that shed is within 6 feet of the main house, correct?
Correct.
You're not disputing the measurements of that, right? On the right-hand side, that's an additional extension electrical cord that is coming to the exterior of the shed, and it appears there's some kind of sealant or closure that you installed to close the hole on the exterior of the shed.
Yeah, I want bugs to go into the shed.
I'm showing you now a photo of the exterior of the residence, the area that contains the attached patio. You agree that that's an attached patio, correct?
Yeah, I already showed you.
It was there when you purchased it. You don't dispute that that is an attached patio. I'm showing you, I'd like to direct your attention to the right-hand side. It's the interior of the shed with the orange walls. There's a red and white checkered blanket. You would agree that shows a desk lamp, some hand sanitizer, a water bottle, and a small floor space heater, correct?
Yes, that's what it showed.
Okay, and now I'm showing you the exterior. It's below the attached patio cover. I want to discuss this area here. This is the area that you referred to as your washer and dryer room. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, they're recording it. If you shake your head,
I showed you photos, yes.
Okay, so this is, you're contending this is not a living space, but this is an attached room that contains your washer and dryer, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you construct that?
Yes.
So you constructed that exterior area after you purchased the house, correct?
As you can see, it's on photo.
And you didn't get a permit for that area,
No,
did you?
No.
Just yes or no? Thank you.
It's less than 120 square feet. Currently accepting code exempt.
I would object, there's no question pending. Okay, and finally, I would like to show you the water heater that was observed. This water heater is on the exterior of your residence, correct?
Correct. As shown in the pictures.
And your testimony is, you're not the one that installed it, but that is the water heater that's at your property.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't get any permits for this water heater, correct?
How am I gonna get permits if I didn't do it?
That's just a yes or no. You did not get
I already
a
gave you the
permit
answer.
for this.
Already gave you
And the water heater is not enclosed in any way, correct? It's open to the elements outside.
what do you see?
Just yes or
it's
no,
perfectly
please.
clear.
Please answer the question.
It's perfectly clear.
So you agree that it's outside and exposed to the
It's
elements?
perfectly clear.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay, I want to now move on to the packet that you submitted with your description of violations and your counter arguments. So you said that you took your own measurements of the sheds from the exterior of the shed. You took 3 different measurements. So the first one in black where it says shed, I assume it's southwest, you measured it at 12 feet and 3 inches and 10 feet by 2 inches, right? That was the overall length.
Correct.
Okay, you subtracted in your calculations 1.5 inches on each of them in your calculation to account for this corner trim, right?
Can you scroll down? Yeah, that's an 1 inch trim. That's not part of it. It's just like a filler that's attached to the outside.
So that's how you want to calculate the
No.
The square footage.
I'm calculating is the interior.
So you're not even calculating from the exterior, you're only calculating
No,
interior floor area.
There's 3 measurements. One from the exterior trim, which is just a little piece of wood. I'm calculating the exterior on red, which is literally, you see it right there, and I'm calculating the interior.
Okay, so as you have provided, your measurements for the exterior are, and even excluding the trim, are 12 feet, 1.5 inches width by 10 feet and a half inch diameter. So you calculate the area width by diameter of the building.
You can calculate interior or exterior. You guys want to calculate exterior? I'll calculate interior.
So you were trained to measure the square footage of a building by multiplying width times diameter?
Depth, ma'am.
Depth?
Depth.
Okay, because earlier in your testimony you said it was width by diameter.
Depth.
Okay, not length.
The width times the depth.
Okay. So those are your measurements of the exterior that you would like us to rely on, and then your measurements from the interior. And in that packet, those are the measurements that you are providing for our consideration.
Correct.
Okay.
You guys are looking at the exterior, I'm looking at the
I would
interior.
object, there's no question pending.
do you want me to pay?
I would object, there's no question pending. And going back to your testimony, it's not really direct examination, but your testimony when you presented your case, I just want to confirm that you said you're not going to destroy the shed. You said they know I'm not going to destroy it, right?
How much does
I
it
would,
cost?
I would like to make a comment for the public not to interfere with the examination of the witness at this time.
I would ask that everyone in the room cease speaking unless it's their turn as part of the hearing. Public comment will be available later in the hearing. So I believe, Counselor, it was your turn to speak.
Thank you. And it's your testimony that when Marisol and Javier went to inspect your property on October 14th, that they never asked to inspect that exterior area where the washer and dryer were. That's your testimony?
I already mentioned it to your team that your complaint letter shows the rear backyard. So they were obviously on a mission to look for more items. And I can tell. It's easy to tell. So let me tell you this.
There's no question pending.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to open it up to members of the board to ask any questions you may have about the appellant's information.
Staff, can you confirm the measurement of the structure for the record?
So that is the percent.
Okay, I'll ask you guys the question.
So anything for
Right now, it's for the appellant's.
What kind of contract?
General contractor.
General. Do you know the difference between gross floor area and net floor area?
Correct.
You know the difference?
No.
Okay. No difference
No, I
between,
do one's exterior, overall exterior, and one's interior.
do you know what floor area means compared to those?
There's a lot of people interpret it differently. What's your interpretation?
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. N, questions? Okay. Mr. McFadden, any questions?
Can you confirm, was the structure being used for, I think you stated already, was it being used for living habitation purpose or?
No. It's my shed.
Other questions?
That's it.
That's it. Okay, so I have one question for the appellant, which is from the photos, it was not clear to me that the patio is attached to the house. But when the city asked you if it was attached, you said that it was attached. Maybe we could pull up the photo and maybe you could explain how it is or is not attached to the house, because I couldn't see it.
It's touching. So it's sitting on post bases, but it's as you can see, the beam is actually touching the house. So I think it's somewhat secure. I gotta see the photo myself too, because I don't quite remember. So right there.
Yeah.
There you go. There we go. So the way it's constructed is supported on posts with beams, right? And it's not necessarily touching the house, but the roof is extended. And that's how it was when I got the house. So technically, no, it's not attached to the house. You can see it. But the roof is just connected.
right?
You're saying the roof of the main dwelling overlaps part
Correct.
of the patio cover.
Correct.
What I'm hearing you say now is it's not directly attached as far as.
No, so from the photo, it's not attached. You can see it from there. Can you zoom in? Can someone zoom in? It's only the roof that extends from the thing. I mean, so right there, there's a gutter, like an old gutter.
Mhm.
It's not touching the gutter because there's no way to support it.
Mhm.
But it's connected to the top, and from the roof, it's just attached and extended out. That's all.
So as far as, so a couple things, Matt, to talk with colors here. Are you by any chance colorblind or able to see?
I am not colorblind.
If you could zoom in again.
Sorry.
And I could be looking at it wrong. I mean, it's a photo from a bad angle, but
Well, and I
There's also another photo, an alternate view that I would ask to show when we're done.
understood, and I
When we're
appreciate
done
that.
this photo.
And I may ask questions to the city a little bit later, but so what I see is on the very top of the patio cover, I see like a dark gray or a blue, like a metal flashing. So my question is to Mr. Denora, it's, from what you know, is that mechanically attached to the main dwelling?
are you talking about on the face?
I'm saying along the whole length at the very top, I see like a dark gray, dark
Yes,
blue
that's
metal
an
flashing.
metal. So
Is it nailed to the main dwelling?
to be honest, I don't know. I would
Yeah.
have to double check. Typically, it's you install it and you nail it from the top. So
I
when
see.
water goes, it just drips. So it doesn't go under the wood and start swirling.
Okay, and then what I see, and maybe this will be on the second photo that the counselor wants to show, is I see two different colors of wood. The main dwelling is like a lighter yellow, and the patio cover itself is like a red brown. Now, I'll come back to that. So could we see the second photo that Sadie would like to show, please?
Sorry, I have the photo in my that was the photo that I wanted to show.
Oh,
Above the water heater, it appears that there is a bolt attaching the red wood that you pointed out to the main residence.
I will make a note of that, and that may come up as a question when we ask the city questions. Can we see any more photos?
Are you sorry to interrupt you? Are you referencing that bolt?
I was not in this discussion.
Oh.
I would like to see the photo from under the patio, where on the left is the door to the washer and dryer room, and to the right is the door to the main dwelling.
Oh no. Sorry, the touch screen is so difficult. Sorry. This one, yeah.
I thought there was one here underneath. Maybe I'm wrong.
There is another one.
There was one.
It's probably on the last few photos.
I would like to see it. It might be the last one. Yeah.
Is it Redfin? The last few photos?
It might be.
Oh, yeah, that's the other, like the view of the backyard.
Yeah, there was one.
It's the next one, yeah.
Sure. This is the photo that I was looking for, and I would just like to understand from the appellant side whether the covered patio is attached, whether it be by ledger board or anything else, trying to understand the means of attachment. If the city could maybe let us see the left side of this photo a little bit here.
I think
It's not attached.
I thought there was a little. So what I could see, it looked like in this photo on the left, there's like maybe a broken piece of wood from the main dwelling between the main dwelling and the patio. And that just looked to me, that was a question of like, is there space between the patio and the main dwelling, or is it attached?
So, are you talking about that sunroom and the patio?
So what I'm saying is this piece of wood up in this corner is like the same color as the main dwelling. and it looks like it's between the patio and the main dwelling, which would make me wonder, is the patio attached to the main dwelling?
There's a gap. So you see the gap?
That's what it looked like.
There's a gap.
There's a gap between them.
Correct.
Okay. That's the end of my.
Yeah, there's a gap. Correct.
Okay.
I wanted to ask
Oh,
a question. The electrical cords, are they being used on a regular basis?
Yes. I mean, as needed. I mean, I have to use a shed, I have to put some light in it. And we just connect them to the car. I mean, I'm not gonna buy a generator. Ridiculous.
Okay, very good. Any more questions from the board? No. Okay. Mr. Lenore, do you have any more witnesses that you would like to call?
That's all.
Okay. At this point, we'll move to the city's report.
Yes, I'd like to call Shane Wagner as a witness.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Wagner, I will need to swear you in as well. Please raise your right hand and give an answer to the following oath for witness. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. I remind you that you are bound by your oath for the duration of the hearing. Please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Wagner. Could you please tell us what is your current title?
My current title is building official for the city of Chula Vista.
How long have you held that title?
For the city of Chula Vista, it has been, I believe, 3 years in July.
Can you tell us any other training and experience that is relevant to your position as a building official?
Yes, so previously to my role here at the city of Chula Vista, I worked for 4 years for the city of Imperial Beach as a building official. I have my certified building official credentials. Prior to that, I also worked as a building inspector for the city of Chula Vista, as well as a code enforcement officer. And before working in the government, I did work on railway infrastructure projects.
So how long have you been in the building and construction industry?
Around 20 years.
Are you familiar with the property at 1282 Helix Avenue, and have you reviewed the certified record that we've been discussing in this case?
I am familiar and I have reviewed the record.
As the building official, is it your opinion that there were violations of the Chula Vista Municipal Code existing at the property at the time of the 2 inspections?
Yes.
As to the issue of measuring the square footage of detached accessory structures, what is the standard practice for the city of Chula Vista for measuring that square footage?
The standard practice would be taken from the exterior face of the walls.
What does that mean?
So measuring from the length and the width from one exterior wall surface to the other exterior wall surface.
So from the outside of the structure, not the interior area.
Correct, the exterior of the wall.
Is that standard for the industry, not just in the city of Chula Vista?
Yes.
Referring to the setback and distance requirements of the shed that we were discussing that was too close to the main dwelling, how far away does that shed need to be from the main dwelling?
So per the permit exemption requirements in 1506080, any sort of shed has to meet the requirements of 1958-20, which requires a shed to be located at least 6 feet away from the main dwelling.
As to the extension cords that we've been discussing, what are your concerns as a building official with those extension cords that are used on the exterior of the residence?
Yeah, so both the electrical code and fire code both limit the use of extension cords to temporary uses. Can't pass through walls. So the main concern that we would have is twofold: is that most of the extension cords go through walls. Some of them appear to go through multiple walls to get to the destination, and that they are kept outside, where they are subject to environmental and physical damage, which will lead to their deterioration and future hazards.
And as to the statements by Mr. Nonora that these conditions existed when he purchased the house, how is that treated by the city? What if conditions existed when you purchased the house? Is that still a violation for the new residence owner?
Yes, violations follow the property, so the owner, in purchasing a property is responsible for any, violations at the time.
So there's been a discussion about whether or not this patio cover is attached or not. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the patio cover is attached?
Yeah, from looking at the pictures, it looks like obviously it's structurally supported on separate posts. The roof covering going over the structure itself could in some ways be construed as it being attached. So I would say that the roof covering continuing across is attachment of sorts to the building.
Let's say for the sake of argument that the patio cover was not attached, would that patio cover then need a permit?
If it was not attached?
Yeah.
Um,
Would that, if it was not attached, would that patio structure be a violation of the municipal
Yeah,
code?
if the patio cover was not attached, I would refer to 1506 AD item number 2, where it's specific items for patio covers or specific provisions for patio covers. So there is an allowance to build a detached patio cover, again, up to a certain size, providing it meets setback distances from the house. And there'd also be concerns about its location to the property line for fire separation distance.
So if it was detached, it would require a setback distance.
Correct.
Okay. Turning your attention to the photograph of the water heater on the exterior. Looking at this photo, does this water heater appear to be up to code, or that it would have received a permit approval?
No, as currently installed in the photo, there are a couple non-compliant features for the water heater. Just to name a couple, it's outside, so it should be protected from the weather, so it should be in some sort of enclosure. The venting system for it does not extend long enough or above the roof line, which is problematic. There's also a window in that close proximity, so it should be a certain distance away from the window. And then there's the temperature and pressure line, which does not terminate in the correct location. There doesn't appear to be a sediment trap on it, and also the lower strap is not in the right location for seismic purposes.
And finally, directing your attention to this, the exterior washer dryer addition. Looking at this addition, was this a permitted addition? Are you aware whether or not there was a permit granted for that addition of the washer dryer room?
The city does not have a record of a permit for that.
And for that kind of an addition, would that require a permit?
Yeah, for any additions to an existing dwelling, a permit would need to be filed and inspected appropriately.
And based on your training and experience and your position as the building official for the city of Chula Vista, were the notices of violation and the proposed sanctions in this case issued appropriately?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Denard, this is your opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Winner.
So why are you guys pointing out stuff that's not in the rear backyard?
Objection, relevance.
No, it's based on the complaint.
Excuse me, Mr. Denard. I will overrule that objection. And I don't know if I'm allowed to suggest this here, but to suggest to the city to explain some of the municipal code around right of entry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So typically, obviously, we're invited into a location to do an inspection. We're looking at the rear yard. If there are other visible safety measures or safety issues within that proximity, they can be noted. My understanding is that Marisol and Javier did ask to see if they could go into other locations, which the owner, which is his right, refused for them to do. But I would say that this is clearly visible from the backyard, from the place that they were allowed to be, and there was a noted violation and a life safety hazard there that needed to be addressed and accounted for.
Okay, Mr. Newman, if you have more questions, continue.
So why would they ask me to enter my household when I already told them in the first round that you were expecting to be back here? They were asking me to enter my actual household.
Objection, speculation, Mr. Wagner was not there.
Give me a second. I think on this subject, I will sustain the objection that we are going to limit the scope of the conversation to the violations, whether the violations exist or occurred, and not into the discussion of how sort of they may or may not have come about, with the understanding the city's right of entry and the appellant's right to deny. So that's it. I would ask you to continue.
Okay, so I initially called you via phone call, and I stated my complaints about your code officers, them not following good practices for measuring and checking, and you completely disregarded me. You said that, am I right?
I would say that I did not disregard it. What I stated was that we had our building inspection manager who was more than competent to go out there and take measurements, take a measurement and provide us with that information.
How is the building inspector manager competent when they can measure from the ground to the roof?
Objection, that's not a question.
No, it is a question.
It's argumentative.
And your code officer can measure from side to side and was splitting the measurements.
One second, sir. So I'm going to overrule that objection because Mr. Nomura is disputing the evidence in his own style. So if we're focused on the evidence, if you're discussing the evidence that the city brought, we can have that discussion. If we're going to be outside the evidence, then we're not. So since you're focused on the evidence and the measurements, you may continue with respect.
Correct. So they have the wrong tape measure. They can't. So your building manager and your initial code officer can measure from the bottom to the top of the roof. I measured it twice for her. Well, not for her. I'm sorry, not for Lisa. I measured it for Javi. How is that? You give me the competency that your team's actually competent. That's why I initially called you, because you're the highest guy, and it's not unusual for the building official to come out. But you completely disregarded it. So I gave you a phone call, and you were not interested first. You were not informed, and we're not interested. I made some comments about I don't want this to get any further, and then you took very high interest in the actual matter. So,
Mr. Menor, we're moving away from the evidence that they presented.
I already voiced my concern with your team, and it seems that you're completely disregarding it. I think you need to review it, that's all I mean.
Okay. Do you have any other further questions about the evidence?
Give me one second.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. I have a question for you. What's the code, what's this is not a code, this is a zoning clearance for the height of the shed.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's part of the shed.
How to overrule the objection?
For City of Chula Vista.
I'm not clear on what the zoning height limit is for a shed. I know for building perspectives, we do have height limits of, I believe, 12 feet. But what the real scope is that, in order to stay under what's requiring a permit, you can only have a certain wall height. Once you get over 10 feet in height, that automatically is going to trigger a permit and engineered plans and so on. So you're very limited with your height just based on general framing conventions or conventional framing standards.
Well, that's one of the questions that I asked your team, because I know City of San Diego, I believe it's 16,
Objection relevance.
and it's different from City of Chula Vista. When I asked your on-site
Excuse
team,
me, Mr. Moore, I will overrule because I feel that the discussion of measurement practices is relevant, very relevant to several of the alleged violations. You were asking about the city of San Diego. No, you may continue to question about measurements.
oh, I'm sorry. So, City of San Diego has a different standard for the height. I know Chula Vista is a little different. That was the topic that was brought up in the field, no, not in the field, in the field conversations. When I asked your team, why is it different? They just said it because it's the way it is. Okay, great. From my understanding, it can be higher than the house, right? And it's not higher from the house. It's 11 something, right? But I was just curious, why is the city of Chula Vista different from the city of San Diego?
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
When it's pretty much San Diego County rural, but
Yeah, so I mean, every jurisdiction has their own adopted codes, right? So the zoning code will, for Chula Vista is going to be different from the city of San Diego.
but why is the city of Chula Vista tougher than the city of San Diego?
Objection beyond the scope.
yeah, that one would just.
So what's the concern with the electrical wiring? It's disconnected every day and it's on the GFCI. It's not, there's nothing in wall, it's not nothing stored in wall, there's no rough MEPs. What's the concern? If you were to go in the shed and put a lamp, you have to turn on the lamp. What's the difference between disconnecting it and what's the concern? Why wasn't this removed?
Right, so again, I'll refer to the electrical code and fire code provisions for extension cords. They specifically says that they should not go through walls, should not be, attached to walls, should not be outside or subject to environmental damage and physical damage, right? So even if you're disconnecting them at the outlet, they're still being, what it appeared in the photos, left on the ground because they're going through a wall. They can't be taken out of the wall or removed on a daily basis.
Either co-exempt or co-exempt. There's no.
Right, but there's still, so if you refer to 150680 at the provision at the beginning statement of the permit exemptions, the language in there specifically states that even these items that are exempt from permits still need to meet the required code standards and ordinances and local laws. So if the fire code and electrical code are saying, extension cords cannot be used to go through walls, cannot be left outside, that provision would still stand even if it's being used for a permit exempt structure.
These are permit exempt.
Mr. Demir, do you have further questions for this witness?
Give me 1 second. What's your concern with the one that's 2 feet, the shed that's 2 feet from walking in the? Because I already established that we've seen multiple times. I don't know if I established it with you, but I probably established it now. It's blocking a closet window. It's not really blocking a closet window. There's a space. If there's any fire or anything, nobody's gonna walk through there. because there's no access on that side of the yard. The only access is on the yard where this access. So what's the concern that whether it's 2 feet or 6 feet?
Yeah, so the concern is the code section for the exemption specifically refers you to chapter 19, which says it needs to be located at least 6 feet away from the main dwelling unit.
So it's code accept, perfect sense.
Yeah, that statement is inaccurate.
No, it's 100% square foot is trying to stand code accept.
Right.
It's very cookie cutter. I mean, you can look at the codes and you can look at every code book and you can find loopholes, but okay.
Mr. Menard, I will, you can assume or trust that we will discuss that subject when the board discusses.
Okay. So how does your team make an allegation, a strong accusation that there's people living inside the household when they have no proof? And you're assuming something, right? Based on the photo that you see. How do you feel about that, and what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, from the pictures, you can see that there's multiple mattresses, there's bedding, there's space heaters, there's lamps, TVs, fans, tray tables with drinks and various things on top of them. All those are kind of indicative of someone using that as habitable space.
So you're assuming.
I mean, it's not, again, if it was being used as storage, those wouldn't be laid out with bedding
No,
and
I mean,
everything else.
it's my storage. It's my house. I can put it however I want it. It's not how the city dictates what they think is storage and what things they live in. So you're assuming. You're looking at a photo and you're making an assumption.
We're using the facts to.
There's no
come to
facts.
conclusion.
What fact? There's no facts. So you have a photo and you're making an assumption. That's all you are. What other facts? So let me ask you this: what facts do you have that you can prove that there's people actually living there?
I think I just disclosed the information that we have.
Okay, so this is a very strong accusation. I mean, and you put it on a legal document. So, I mean. So, that's all I have. That's all there is.
So, the board members' questions or witness matter?
I have a question. It's concerned that when he moved to the property, the shed, the water heater was already there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have records of sending violation notices to the previous homeowner?
We do not, because we were not aware of the structures at that time.
What's the definition of living space?
Definition of living space?
Yeah, they were saying people were living there.
Yeah,
What's a living space?
Yeah.
Their definition of that.
not for living space specifically. I mean, you have like habitable space, and you have like what's considered by definition like a dwelling unit. So I mean, a dwelling unit would be different. I don't think this would be considered a dwelling unit per se because it doesn't have the facilities, sanitation, those sort of things.
What if kids were in there playing video games or something during the day or night and going back? Is that considered?
Again, I would refer to the permit exemption list, which says specifically that, you know, when it's used as storage for tools or storage sheds or playhouses, those are the only exceptions when you could use these structures for an unpermitted structure. When it goes beyond that and it's being used as some sort of game room or gym or office or whatever that may be, that kind of extends beyond the permit exemption requirements.
Game room would be considered a playroom.
I think it says playhouses specifically.
Playhouse.
I think what the intention of the code is that it's meant to be like, those kind of pre-bought playhouses or play structures for children.
On this, if it was decast, would it be okay with the setback requirements and other requirements?
Not in its current location.
Okay, so that's correct. And then on the shed space of 120 square feet, it says floor area. Does it ever say gross floor area? Or
It says floor area.
It never states gross floor
It
area.
does not.
Okay. So then, but you're going by gross floor area.
Yeah, that's the city standard that we've always applied to the gross floor area for structures because it's the footprint of the building.
Okay.
I mean, not including the overhangs or any eaves, but the exterior wall to exterior
Do
wall.
you see any confusion or ambiguity in that? Floor area versus when we could put gross floor area?
I mean, I guess it would make it more clear if that was in there, but that's the wording that kind of extends from the building code, just floor area.
And on the extension cords, if they were out of the wall and just ran through the door, if they have shit, would that be okay?
I believe the fire codes, the city says they can't be run through doors or open windows.
Okay. Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Under M.
Board member Louis. I see your last name. Stole my thunder. So, I was gonna ask about floor area. Does not exceed the board definition of floor area. We can just explain that.
Any further questions? for
You
this?
know what, I'll go back to my first question. Were there any measurements taken, recorded?
Yes, so when our
Besides measurements?
yeah, so when our building inspection manager Javier Vila went back out, he measured it 12'4" by 10'2".
Along those lines, could the city go back to the appellant's documents showing his measurements so that we might see how the city's measurements compare to the appellant's on the exterior?
So yeah, we had I believe 12'4" and 10'2" is what the city had.
Okay.
So that's.
And can we see the other sheds as well? So that's very close on that one. Let's see the next one. 12'4", 10'2" is what the city, and the city was saying, I guess roughly, that they're all the same measurement.
Correct.
Okay, and the next one, 12'4". Okay, so all of them, the appellant says are 10'2". Okay, so it seems like the measurements, I'm seeing the same one. Okay, sorry. That was your
Yes,
question.
that's
Sorry, continue. I apologize.
And probably it was already stated already. These were already there before you moved into the house, right?
No, these were constructed. These three sheds were
You put the
constructed.
sheds and everything.
The only thing, the water heater and the patio was existing.
Okay, the previous owners know that place. Okay.
Are there ever exemptions for non-permitting a shed that would be oversized? When you see something like, maybe they tried to comply with it, they went off interior, you go off exterior, is that something you ever do?
I mean, we try and stick to our common approach, our standard approach, right? To keep it aligned, because otherwise, if we're making variations and changing things, it becomes a bit too ambiguous, right? I mean,
That's why I asked.
yeah,
Because it is
typically the code has these standards for a reason. They're not necessarily there's not necessarily tolerances to them. So it's either you meet this minimum or you don't, right? So,
Yeah. But I think you agreed that it would be better to put gross floor area, right? Than just floor. That's why I was asking if maybe you can see
Yes.
if a person tried to maybe 1111 by 965 interior is almost 120.
Sure.
So you can assume that person's probably trying to be.
yeah, I would agree that would make it more clarifying in that particular comment.
Thanks.
Board members have further questions for this witness?
I have a question. Let me see.
At this point, Mr. Minora, I would like to move on. Would the city not have the opportunity to call additional witnesses and add exhibits? Okay, city, this is your turn.
Oh, I have no further witnesses or evidence. I would submit on the city's certified record as well as the documents provided by Ms. Ingram.
You would like to say?
If the,
What was it?
so,
very much. The board will go last. I will go to the next. It sounds like the city has completed their rebuttal. And, okay, so after the rebuttal, there's the board, and then the close.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Mateo, you asked me for a 5-minute break, and this is for individual breaks or two? I believe there's no discussion in a break. It will be during the meeting. Do you still want a 5-minute break?
It's up to you.
Okay. We will have a full, okay, so the city is not calling anyone from staff as witnesses. The board could call. Okay. So it sounds like the board may be able to call additional witnesses from city staff if that's what we want to do. I'm not sure exactly what you're suggesting.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
We should.
And the first one I was there was.
Okay. Mr. M, you have a comment?
No, disagreeing with your statement.
Okay. Give me one moment to think about that. The city's rebuttal is complete.
Can I have one moment, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry, can I have one minor question to ask Mr. Wagner on one of the elements of 19.58.020?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Wagner referring to 19.58.020B, it talks about some zones. Is this property in an R zone?
Yes.
Is it in an R3T zone?
No.
Thank you.
Does that complete your rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Then what I would like to do is move into the board segment of the hearing. So that at this point, after both parties have presented their cases, any member of the board may ask additional questions of either party and call witnesses. After this discussion, both parties will have the ability to make closing statements. It's my intention that after the board asks questions, we may take a short break so that both parties may sort of gather their thoughts and formulate their closing statements, which I still hope to hear tonight, although we're coming up at 2 hours. So that said, maybe Mr. Mateo, if you would like to begin with questions for the board. Vice Chair.
Just curious why the previous homeowner never received a notice or violation with a patio. That's just.
Yeah, so our typical process for code enforcement is responsive to complaints. So it's typical for us to receive a complaint to move forward with some sort of action. It's not something that we necessarily proactively do. So if we did not receive that complaint previously,
Okay.
we wouldn't have necessarily been aware that these existed.
So when he received notification from the city, what was the suggestion? What was asked for him to do? In terms of the patio.
Oh, in terms of the compliance for the patio? For the patio specific?
Removing for.
Yeah, that would be typical standard. I was trying to find the exact wording, but the typical would be to remove or obtain a permit.
Okay.
Again, it probably depends, probably could have relocated it somewhere else on the property as well. I don't know if that was written in there specifically or not.
Okay, so he didn't receive an immediate fine.
No, no. So yeah, just typical process is you do the inspection, you notate the violations in a notice, and then you follow up with another inspection to confirm their existence, and then you would receive some sort of fine or whatever the process dictates at that point.
Okay, I just wanted to get an understanding. Thank you.
It's true.
Got a question. So you said they do a follow-up. On the follow-up, is that when they notice the water heater?
I think in this case, we went out there the first time and provided a notice of violation. So then you want to ask for a second opinion for someone to come out there. So then our senior code enforcement officer and our building inspection manager went out there to kind of listen to him and see if these violations were valid. And that's when the additional items were noted.
So did you look them up before you went to his house to see what maybe it wasn't? In other words, how would you know? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I don't know. How would you know he didn't
I
approve that?
would give an answer to that
Who
question.
would?
That'd be Marisol or Nisa.
Yeah, because I'm curious about that.
Yeah.
So if someone complains, do you look at to see, and then you show up, and then you're writing them up for additional things that the complainant didn't have anything to do with? That's just curious.
Yeah, I mean, I would refer to them for that.
Is that a
Yeah.
policy to do that?
No, the standard practice would be, when you do get a complaint, there is some research that goes in before you go out there. In this particular case, I don't know what was done before they went out to the field.
But in some cases, are they looking at other things also then? If they say, hey, yeah, some sheds here, like, hey, would you go on and look and go, oh, but he also has this before you went there? Is that something that happens?
In some instances, yeah.
Okay.
And really, I'd like to add on to your question and not distract from it. Mr. Lenore, is that the only water heater for the property?
Yes.
Okay. Back to you.
I think that was about it. I was just curious how they found it.
Have that information, back to the patio cover. You can clearly see that the structure is not attached. The elemental, the drip edge, is not attached. What's really it's just the roofing that's moved over. I thought I heard the setback requirement. What is that setback requirement for the patio?
Yeah, it'd be the same for the sheds. So 6 feet from the dwelling unit, and then also where its location is currently is because there's fire separation distances from property lines. So we want to make sure that is maintained for structure.
Thank you.
Sorry, what code section did you reference for patio cover setback?
It's the 1958-20. I think it's the first intro paragraph that talks about accessory structures being at least 6 feet away from the dwelling.
And just one follow, if you'll remember, asked about the floor area. And you had explained that it's measured from exterior length to width, and that's common in practice. A lot of us here are in the construction business, and there's gross, there's net. You look at what the appellant built, and I guess my questioning is with both of you, what's your definition of floor area, and what's your definition of floor area? Because it can be taken a number of ways. Whether it's net, whether it's gross, whether it's living space. So I'm curious.
Yeah,
And I heard your response. But
For me, floor area, as a customer, anybody who's doing anything at their home, is the usable space inside of the room, right? Because you don't really care about the outside. What is it you do what do you use it for? You don't use it for anything, right? So once you go in, you measure pretty much the depth and the width. Stuff that it's usable to the customer to.
Is that the only other than if you was to pull the electric board out and you said that this floor space was located would be fine then? Is that all it's basically arguing?
in terms of if we determine that the shed was,
Complies with the square footage, yeah.
yeah, it'd be, no, the electrical couldn't be in there with the extension cords, and then we have to make sure that it meets the other separation requirements that are required for city code.
So 2 out of 3 sheds would be, if,
Yeah,
based on what you just said, 2 out of 3.
yeah, because one's 2 feet from the house, so
Right,
it's
you said 6.
obvious violation.
Sorry, Mr. Ely, I sort of didn't capture all of that. Could you repeat some of that?
I'm just asking, if they were to pull the electrical wire out of the wall,
Mhm.
and then we can somehow agree that the square footage is okay, you can get through without.
And the answer was?
I think it's yes. You just have to look at a few other things.
Thank you.
Sound like it is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the determination is made on the floor area, so if the
Yeah.
floor area is considered to be over 120 square feet, it requires a permit. If it's not, then it would be exempt from permits.
Do you think it's a fair argument that he tried to stay within 120 square?
Yeah, I mean, again, like we kind of stated, you know, we have a standard practice that we use when we measuring structures. And it's not just to sheds, it's anything, right? We take the footprint of the building from exterior wall to exterior wall. So that's our standard practice. I mean, I understand his perspective of the net floor area and the usable space, but the reason the buildings are taken for the gross and when we're considering is because of, you know, the structure, insulation, fire separation distances, and other factors, right? So, yeah.
Your sheds, sorry,
Go ahead.
the sheds in the backyard is 4 inches, surpass the 120 inch, right? So that's 124, the width.
Yeah, it was like 4 inches and 2 inches the other direction.
So he would have to trim it down back, he would have to trim it down to 120,
So how would you trim it down?
I don't know. Just,
You can't trim it down.
okay.
So, well, let me tell you this. So, you would have to take the siding on all 4 sides, or at least 3 sides, cut, let's say, a foot off the structure, rebuild it, and so it's easier for them to just accept a building permit rather than trimming it down. So, to me, that's how do I say this? It's not a feasible, it's not a reasonable solution, right? Because you're fighting for 1 inch or a half an inch. Like, does it really bug you? Like, I mean, so, can I ask a question really quick?
This would not be the time for questions.
So yeah, so it's a lot of work. And anybody in the construction industry, even inspectors know that. So it's easier for them to just demand a permit because it's just, most people would just get a permit rather than reconstructing it. So,
Do you think after this, we may change the verbiage in the square foot and put, instead of just floor area, put gross floor area? So the homeowner or someone building would know that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always a possibility in the future, and when we bring the code adoption stuff to you guys every 3 years, right, that's something we could consider, right? But unfortunately, we just adopted it, so, yeah, we have to wait till next time to change that.
Do you think it'd be a good idea to do that?
I mean, if you guys think that it's a clarifying, it's good for, obviously, the people that understand it, I think it could make sense, yes.
Do you think it's clarifying?
I think it clarifies it, much more.
Excuse me. So, at this point in the conversation, we should focus or need to focus on the particular alleged violations and not necessarily determining the corrective actions, right? And other things the city may do, regarding code adoption in the future. In this section of the conversation. That said, one of the outcomes of this hearing is that this board can develop a written determination back to the city, which we may contemplate, make certain recommendations for things that were, revealed in the course of the conversation. So for right now, I would say, let's focus on questions we have regarding whether or not violations exist, and the other things we can address as we wrap up at the end and determine what to put in that determination. So in other words, we will be thinking about questions like, based on the code as it exists today, is there a violation? Not what should the code be next year.
But what if there's ambiguity there?
That's right. Those are things we will discuss.
Okay.
Correct. But we will not revise the code tonight.
No, sure.
Correct.
Mr.
No, I was gonna say, to me, it seems like there's ambiguity.
Okay, does the board have other questions for, either party?
Did you think you were building the sheds correctly with it to not need a permit?
Yeah, I mean, they're 120 square feet.
I'm just curious.
So
You thought you were doing
No,
that?
so you do your research, right? So, there's 4 feet from the fence, 6 feet from each structure, well, at least from the back ones. The only reason why there's a 2-foot separation is because from the photos, there is the sunroom. You just wanted it to match that with the house is weird, right? So it was just mostly aesthetic. The concept was, well, it's 2 feet from the house and it's only blocking a window, a closet window. There's still 2 forms of egresses, so that's what made the determination. Just being completely honest.
But the size you thought was.
Yeah, so I mean, we don't build, I mean, there was no intent for us to build more than 120 square feet, right? I mean, if you were telling me a 20-by-20 foot house, yeah, you can give me what you want. I was gonna really step up to that, but, so,
I'm just trying to understand why there's a difference. He says 120, he says 124. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's both say they're in the construction industry. They're experts in that industry, so I'm trying to.
One is measuring to the outside of the wall, one is measuring to the inside of the wall.
Yeah.
And it's not clear.
And
I was gonna say, there's Bruce and Jeanette,
Yeah.
there's using the floor area. And at the school district, we measure inside, because that's usable floor area.
I will add another term of vocabulary to the conversation, and then, some of these items, we have an opportunity to deliberate further. So after we conclude questions to both parties, we'll take a very short break, and both sides may make closing statements. That will close the administrative hearing. There will be another opportunity for public comment. At that point is our deliberation and vote. So if there's things we need to decide that maybe they cannot decide for us, we'll have the opportunity to discuss these issues of exploratory and such. The other term I was going to throw out there was built-in footprint, which is another way of saying what we're talking about here, right? The code could say built-in footprint if that's, the thing of interest, right? Okay, so that's it. Does the board have other questions for either party or wish to call witness from someone we have in the room from city staff?
Questions?
Maybe just one more question. I heard from the appellant that the measurement was taken in different, like they were measuring a portion and then a portion here and a portion here. So, can you explain that? Or?
So, let me see, I put it in So they were using a JMAR flexible tape measure. So the original, so I could tell from the first inspection that they were kind of like new info inspectors. They were not as experienced. So they were trying to figure out how to measure from side to side. Originally they were going arm length and then going next arm length. So I was just like, okay, well, I was cognizant of it. I was like, here, I'll help you measure. They kind of refused. But yeah, that's what they were doing. They're doing arm length and arm length. When they tried to measure from the roof, from the bottom to the roof, they couldn't. Because you have to get a ladder to go up there, right? If you need the standard, like the solid component. So I measured twice, the first and the second inspection, so that's a little embarrassing,
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Miller, what was the question that you had?
That was my question.
What was your question?
So, the appellant had mentioned in his statement that the city had measured like pieces.
Right.
Right.
Understood.
And so I wanted to understand. Yeah.
So you can't do 12 feet, so they're going.
So do you feel that question was answered?
Yeah.
Okay, because along the same lines, Mr. McCare would like to call a witness. So,
I would like to call the person who did the measurement.
So that would be Anissa. Yes.
Yeah, so I did the initial.
Oh, sorry, can we swear?
if you don't mind, we would like to swear you in, and then we could share. I think it's a, well, I think it's, I don't know that's a question.
Yeah, I don't think they are disputing each other. No, but they're not disputing his measurements, right?
My alternative argument is even if you accept his exterior measurements, even deducting the trim, if you go by the exterior measurements, it's over the 120 square feet.
Sure. So you're not disputing his measurement?
I'm saying you should go with the city's measurement, but even if you're not convinced by the city's measurement and he doesn't like the city's measurement, if you go by his exterior measurements, which he is asserting, those would still be in violation.
I didn't know there were differences.
Yeah.
I didn't know his measurements were different.
Okay, so I would like, may I swear in witness? Okay. Please raise your right hand and give an answer to the following oath for witness. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And I remind you that you are bound by your oath for the duration of the hearing. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Mr. McCain?
I wanted to know, how was the measurements obtained?
Yeah, so I wasn't by myself when I was doing the inspection, so I did have assistance, and that's where I was able to obtain the measurements from one side from exterior side to side. So I was able to have a peer who assisted me in holding it in a fixed area on the exterior of the shed, and then I was able to go on the other side, and that's how we were able to obtain our measurements. There was no arm length measurements, it was one fixed measurement from one side to one side. I think he's referencing that we kind of broke it up, but we broke it up. We did that one measurement, we added an additional measurement, which really we didn't address, was just for the opening of the door, just because he was mentioning at the time, the trims, the different measurements or how to measure as we were there. So in the middle of our measurements, he was kind of telling us how to do our measurements. And so just to appease him, just kind of take into account, the end caps of the building, as well as he mentioned the framing of the door. That's where we broke it up. But at the end of the day, our final measurement was from one side to one side.
Just a question, hopefully, it's not the wrong question. Did you feel uncomfortable doing the measurement?
No, I did not.
Board members have other questions of the witness? Because I do, if you want to think about it. I really appreciate you being here. I never thought we would get into such a detailed discussions over something this straightforward. So, and I would ask this question to anyone in this seat. I'm curious to know how long, so first of all, could you share with us your job title?
I'm a code enforcement officer too.
Very good, thank you. How long have you been in the business of code enforcement?
Approximately 3 years.
3 years. And prior to that, are you able to share if you were in a related field?
I work for the police department.
Very
Prior
good.
to being police.
Very good. So, when you came to work in code enforcement, was that your first time working in sort of the building inspection task set?
Basically.
Okay. And at any time, did your employer train you on how to take measurements with like a tape measure or any kind of laser tape measure, any of those type of devices?
Yes.
They do offer. Can you tell us
Well,
what the
they
training
didn't necessarily offer training, but they will show you and they issue us a city standard measure.
So there's a mechanism like a 12-foot metal standard Home Depot measuring tape kind of thing?
I do not recall the actual measurement
Sure.
or anything, but just that we are issued a city standard tape.
Do you have any other measuring tools besides a regular measuring tape?
Not myself.
Okay. You're sworn in still, so hang on. Mr. Wagner, could you share some of the other tools that are available?
Yeah, so depending on distances and stuff, we do have a measuring wheel that you can walk with if necessary. I believe we also do have one of the tape measures that's the rolling one that you could extend like 100 feet if you really needed to. But the standard issue tape measures that we get for our building inspectors and code enforcement are typically a 25-foot Stanley metal tape measure.
Yeah, okay. Any use of laser tape measures at all?
No.
Not so much, okay. Question for Anissa? Is that what you mean? Okay. Did you perform any measurements of the interior of any of the sheds?
No, sir, based on my training, we were measuring the exterior.
Okay. Did any of the board members have other questions come to mind?
Just want to ask a quick question. Did you, like he did you take a picture of the measurement? Do you have like pictures you can show us of the measurements?
No, I don't have any pictures.
You just wrote it down?
Yes.
Okay.
Board members, additional questions or witness?
Is it normal to take pictures of things like that, or is that something you want to do?
I can't answer that question.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously it's case by case. When we get a complaint that is relating to like building without permit, it's like a shed, we would just measure the exterior. That's just based on my training and experience that I have thus far with the city. So that's kind of standard. Obviously, that's my experience in training, and that's what I did when I went to the property.
So taking pictures wouldn't be part of it.
We take pictures of the actual structure, and I took the pictures of the interior. But as far as
Just one quick question. I believe Officer Reiner mentioned that standard tape measure uses a 25-foot Stanley by her flex J-mark tape. So what kind of tape measure were you using at the time?
I was just using the city issue measuring tape, which would be the Stanley. I didn't know that necessarily brand. Obviously, that's what's issued to us personally. We do have, like he said, the access to get the wheels and all that, but what I had present that day was the city's issue, that measuring tape that we have in our car when we go out to do inspections.
And then you had mentioned that tape, and I apologize if I'm asking the same thing, but you had mentioned that you were trained to just tape the exterior of the building.
That is correct.
I have one more question for the city's attorney, which is for violation number 4, which is the unpermitted living space. Is there a particular municipal code ordinance? Is there a particular number that the city is saying is fine?
So, the issue why it's significant that this is an unpermitted living space is because the permit exemptions are only for tool sheds, gardening sheds, etc., not for habitable space. So the concern is that as they were inspected with the different beds, living devices, fans, electrical, TVs, as such, it did not appear consistent with a tool shed or a gardening shed. That's the distinction, is because if this exterior accessory dwelling is under the square footage, it would still have to be a tool shed. You could not have 100 square foot living area.
Okay.
So that is the significance of it being habited, is because the permit exemption only applies to tool sheds, not habitable space.
And that's under 15.6080.
So my
1A, is that correct?
my read on that
Correct.
is I was going to say 19.58.020C, which we'll talk about in deliberation a little bit, which is that storage shelter shall be permitted. Permitted here meaning, well, and I guess the attorneys can confirm, allowed, as accessory buildings provided the uses are not equipped for use as living quarters. And so this is part of the discussion we're gonna have. It's not even necessarily of, is there a human there? How many days a week is it equipped for this thing or not, right? And how do you decide if it's equipped? And that's gonna be a question that you all be asked. But I ran into that in 19.5.
Sorry, can you give me that citation again?
Yes, 19.58.020C, which is in the
Big C?
documents. C.
Okay, thank you.
And then 1506-080-1A says one-story detached accessory structures used as tool and storage sheds, playhouses, and similar uses, provided that the floor area does not exceed 120 square feet and are located so as to comply with provisions of the 19.58.0.
And we can deliberate on that a little bit, but is it referring to all of 19 saying can't be equipped for living use, or is it just the location? Because 19 talks about the distances.
Got it.
So we can
Yeah,
maybe
you
deliberate.
I think I'm with you.
Okay. Yes, questions for witness.
Do you know the difference between gross floor area and floor area? Or net floor area?
So based on my training, we're trained to measure the exterior. So in terms of getting to the nitty gritty, just off my training, we're going off of measuring the exterior. But to answer your question, I know the difference, but it doesn't really apply in the situation when we're measuring because we're trained to measure a certain way so that it's consistent across the board.
I was curious about the difference.
Yes.
Wagner, when he complained that the measurement wasn't done correctly, did you send someone else to go and take another measurement for the second opinion?
So the complaint of the measurement, in my understanding, is he complained that Lisa and her colleague measured incorrectly. So Marisol Aguilera and Javier Revilla went back out there and took a second measurement, and he still was not happy with that. So then he asked for me to go out there, and at that point we already had two measurements that were consistent. I didn't feel there was need to use city resources to go back out there to do another inspection with them.
Were you measuring the net floor area?
Exterior.
What's that?
So I was just measuring the exterior of the building.
Would that be the net or the gross or the floor area?
The gross.
What about the floor area? Exactly.
I think it's been asked.
But I'm not sure that she knows.
Maybe
I don't
we
think
have.
she knows. I'm sorry.
Is Javier here?
It's important.
Here.
One second. I would like to build on that with a relevant question, and then maybe we can call Javier if you would like the first two.
Yes.
Which is when the city reviews permits and plans. This is a question, Mr. Wagner. When the city reviews permits and plans for new construction or new homes, and when you go on Redfin, like Mr. Nenora showed us, and you get on Redfin and it says this house is 1,800 square feet. How is that square footage determined when the plans are examined?
Yeah, so typically when we receive plans, the square footage of the entire structure, including the exterior of the building, is the footprint, and that's the assessor essentially takes that information on our plans, and that's what they put down as the overall square footage of the structure.
So, as an example of garages.
Those are not included in the square footage.
So those are not included in the measurement reported on like Redfin or by the assessor. But would that be included if you were to only measure the outside of the building?
No, I mean if you're talking about the dwelling unit versus the garage, typically those are separated out on set plans. So we would have garages this many square feet, houses this many square feet.
I guess my question was, go ahead.
I think I know what you mean. If you were a bedroom on set plans for a bedroom, and it says 12 by 12, would that be the interior from stud to stud, or would that be outside stud to outside stud on a bedroom?
Right. So that would be interior, right? So
Right.
and that's
good.
Right.
And inside, if you do that.
right.
And I'm also
So
saying
they're done for different
on the
purposes.
subject,
Yeah, I'm just saying there's differences.
on the subject of the garage, I can show you 212 units, or if you measure the exterior length of a wall around the building, if you apply that same methodology that we did to the sheds to these units, you will end up including a garage, which would overstate, that's not the way. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, right, how does, outside of this discussion of gross and net and so on, how does the city define floor area, or how does the city look to floor area in a residential space on a new set of plans?
Yeah, so again, it's broken up into different sections. So if you have the dwelling unit itself, again, from exterior wall to exterior wall, it gives the square footage. And then on
The outside, sorry, the outside face to the outside face.
That's right. That's right. And then also, if there's a garage, that garage would be, hey, this is 500 square feet for the garage or whatever, right? And then it would also do the same if there's a balcony. The balcony is this many square feet. Patio cover that's attached is this many square feet. So it would break every section down so that you would actually know the square footage of each element.
Does the city clarify anywhere what floor area, the definition of floor area is?
Anywhere?
What I'm saying, that's what I'm getting at, is that I'm a contractor, or I'm a builder, I wanna do a accessory dwelling in my backyard. I would go down to the city building office, I would, get the accessory building flyer or whatever you have, that actually probably just states floor area, but maybe does it go into any definition of what that floor area is?
For building purposes, outside of what's defined in the building code, we wouldn't have a separate definition.
Are you able to pull up California building code with any definition for it?
I guess the question would be net or gross?
I would like to see what it says generally.
Sure.
I think that's the problem. Because on this, it doesn't say no approach, it says that the floor area is not exceed.
Yeah.
There's no header.
That's
And that's a big problem. When we're talking about the issues.
So, yeah, when this is loaded, we could read too, because again, there's multiple parts to the building code or the building standards code. For instance, electrical says the floor area for each floor shall be calculated from the outside dimensions of the building, right? So that's the electrical code. Energy code says something similar. But then you have mechanical code, which is kind of silent, and they're really taking a condition space. So it's not necessarily going to say, hey, use the outside of the walls because you're focusing on the interior of the building, right? So there's going to be differences throughout the code.
I think we'd like to see, what is it, part 2?
So there's gross and there's net right next to each other.
So it's floor area gross within the inside of the exterior walls, that's gross.
And the gross,
It's interior. Interior. So why is it practice outside the outside? So I think that's, to me, that's what the argument is net versus gross.
well, and I would point out, that's on 1 of 6 violations.
Right.
That's on one of 6. So,
Well, it's three separate.
Three
structures.
purchases. You're asking 3 building permits.
3 buildings. It's actually, it's on.
do we have further questions for these witnesses, or would you like to call them out? Okay. I'm trying to think if I have, I'll ask one more question, I don't know how far it's going to take us. With the city's permitting of other ADUs, can you speculate your confidence? How many of them are all 120 square feet of gross area and less? Like, is this, you know, are you pretty confident that when you talk to your plans examiners, et cetera, they're looking at floor area of an ADU is exterior face to exterior face gross? Do you feel that's consistent across? Okay. And if we were to somehow look at many sets of plans, we would find that to be consistent?
I believe you would.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, have more questions for the witnesses? No? Okay, then I think we will call that the completion of the board's questions for witnesses. And at 7:53, we're going a bit long. I would ask the board, do you want to power through and complete this tonight? Or do you want to continue it another time? I'm willing to power through for whatever it's worth to others when everyone's here. Okay.
Can I ask to take a restroom break?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest we adjourn until 8 p.m., which is 6 minutes.
And will the board want closing arguments, or is the board prepared to debate?
I would say that we will give both parties the option to waive closing arguments if you choose. You'll have the opportunity, but you may waive if you choose.
Can I decide after the break?
Go ahead.
Did they tell you that you could have counsel? No, because they got like a $450 lawyer just sitting there.
I wish it was $450.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, they should have at least for sure told you you were there to counsel.
It's not in their interest.
No, it's not in their interest. We'll go ahead and put that on the video too. Thank you. So there's a video right here.
I appreciate it.
It doesn't turn off. They take a break.
Thank you for recording.
Yeah. This right too is I covered their meetings, and I appreciate them coming in for a special meeting. And I'll be honest with you, that they do a very nice favor hearing out.
So I'm just
It's always like when I first saw that, the sun just like,
Just my advice.
yeah, it's awesome. You should try it.
So he did baseball, pro that was a band, and he played hockey. That was everything. Baseball and hockey are my two favorite sports. But then they shut down everything. So then he did try to focus on too much. So I wasn't a fan of that. And then and then he in high school played a lot of sports.
Where do you play?
Just he was like an alpine, so and he only played like when he was like in my age. He didn't
Maybe, hear that guy screaming at me.
Well, thanks for having me, man. This is a long one. Yeah. You did it before.
Supposed to shoot full these guys and text me, where are you at?
You guys are cool, man.
I'm like,
You guys do that every week?
yeah, I do.
Just locally somewhere?
On Q and Mesa.
On Q.
Yeah, I don't know how that is. But I can't almost.
I hope you win.
I'm some of these.
So you
Try to win more than you.
bit of a pool shark, are we?
I like to play, yeah.
Okay. You play the full length of tables? Or?
Yeah.
I have a 7-foot table in my house that I got when I was like in junior high, and I had it ever since. And I don't play very often, but then when I try and go to like a 9-foot table, I'm terrible.
Yeah.
It's like a total difference trying to go an extra 2 feet, just missing shots constantly. So
I laugh because you remember the building where the old folks on Third Avenue. There's like an old folks home on Third Avenue.
an elderly woman.
Elderly side. That's not what I call it.
Yeah. The one behind her, the big tower.
Yeah.
The congregational tower.
No. By Sprouts. It's like a few buildings down from Sprouts.
Sprouts and
On the you go like 4 doors down.
there's a
Oh,
Sprouts.
the new one that was just going?
Brown.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
You go toward I. You're going toward I from J on the left. There's like, oh, sorry. Wait, my office is right next door to them. I have a table right there.
In your office?
Yeah, so I play with this. That's where I practice.
How much work do you actually do?
It makes it pocket.
Oh, it's smaller pockets.
Yeah.
Not just something to.
Yeah.
How's it going, Robert?
Okay. Yeah. This is the most entertaining meeting I've been to in a while. So
Glad we get assist.
yeah, it will. I think it's going to help the future. That's the whole point of things. To make things easier to understand, and
I know you're all about due process and things too. So, trying to make it work.
well, that's what the city's all about, right?
Definitely. Glad that you can always show up, don't hold us accountable.
It's a 2-way street, man. I gotta hold myself accountable too.
Everybody's got to hold themselves accountable and everybody's accountable. That's the goal.
I can't speak.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. I'm very energetic. I'm sitting here for 2 hours and the channel.
We've already traveled all the way to New York, so try to get
Yes.
Oh, you going there?
They're so still.
We're actually going to be in Seattle the day after the first USA game.
Oh,
And we were like, no, it's in Seattle. We're in Australia. Maybe it's the second game. It's on June 13th. So it's the first and second game, but it's in Seattle. We're going to be the day after. But because I think all the stuff we're going to see I think you'd be surprised.
Maybe I want to ask.
I mean, you're taking exercise over after.
Yeah, so I can stick that. Just when I was thinking.
Good to see you.
Yeah, maybe we just-
It's like, other people, I played with them this morning. Oh, yeah. I got another one.
I forgot to tell you, the response to Steve Lucas Park, they take it once.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you everyone for coming back. Time is now 8:04, and we will resume tonight's appeal here. The board has completed its question to the parties, and now is the time where both parties may perform closing statements, and you have the option to waive. The process is that the city would make a closing statement first, the appellant may make a closing statement second, and the city has the opportunity to rebut. At that point, after the final statement, the matter is submitted to the Board of Appeals and Advisors, at which point pretty much everyone in the room other than the board is welcome to stay because it's a public meeting, or leave if you have other things to do, and the board will deliberate and come to a decision. So at that point, you no longer may be obligated to be here. So at this point, I'd like to move on to closing statements and offer the city the opportunity to present.
Sorry, we're gonna pull up just one exhibit first.
And I guess, again, in the interest of time, let's try to keep it to around 5 minutes if we can.
Yes.
And for the sake of clarity, the closing statements are to summarize and recap what's been presented, not to admit new evidence or witnesses for example.
Okay, thank you to the board for listening to the presentation of evidence and very thoughtful questions. I would just like to highlight one thing, is that at some point a violation becomes a violation. And it can be a small violation or a big violation. You could be going, if the speed limit is 65 miles an hour, you're going 67 miles an hour, you're over the speed limit. Yeah, it's not 90 miles per hour, but you're over the speed limit. So at some point, the rules are the rules. And I think based on the evidence that's been shown by the city, the violations that were noted not just once, but twice. The violations were noted even on the appellant's own admissions. And I would like to remind the board that the burden of proof in this case is preponderance of the evidence. It's more likely than not that there is a violation in this case. I've been a criminal prosecutor for 17 years. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a very low burden that the city carries to show that there was a violation, and I believe that we have met those burdens by the testimony of the numerous witnesses the evidence that was presented, and even the photographs and calculations that were done by the appellant himself. It's not a specific intent crime that he had to intend to violate it. These are administrative rules. This is an administrative hearing. And your job is to find whether or not there were violations, if there were, which violations, and then what corrective action should be taken. So I just ask the board to focus on the evidence that was presented, the questions that are actually before you tonight, and to abide by the burden of proof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minora, once the clock resets, you have the opportunity to make closing statements or to waive.
Okay. So we had a whole discussion about measuring. It's very critical, especially these points, right? We're fighting over a half an inch from the exterior what they're saying. So these are very critical measurements. I am representing interiors. The intent is 120 square feet. That's all it is, right? I do like to point out too that the first notice of violation differs much greatly than the second one. And the first one says reduce all sheds or obtain a building permit for all sheds. Then it also says remove the shed from building and construction window. To me, that tells me that either I remove it or I get a building permit and it's okay. From my experience, well, I'm just going to be honest with you. The city's going to go away, they're going to go home. They're not going to care. If I'm the one that's living in there, I'm going to have to make, if you decide to make all the corrections, I'll be spending the money. You know, I'm looking at all these violations that they're trying to get. To me, it just reads permit, remove. So it's really hard to remove. It's really hard to demolish, right? This also to me, it's very clear to me that the city of Chula Vista just wants money. It's very clear. It's very clear because that's how we finance. I mean, let me give you an example. If I were to build a house and I were to ask for a building permit, they would charge me school fees, library fees, water permit fees, sewer fees, and not on top of that, I'm going to have to abide to their rules. I'm tied to whatever they say. If they want me to shift the whole house 20 feet or if they want me to demo everything out, I'm at their mercy. Right now, I'm not at their mercy because I know they're 120 square feet, and that was the intent, correct? So this all reads, is very clear to me. I know when the city is conscientious and wants to work it out and understands, and I know when the city wants to just get money. So I'm looking at this, I'm looking at about 50 grand, just if we were to do all this right now. This is talking about permits, and this is also being at pretty much at their mercy at this point. Whatever you guys assign, or you guys think I should be getting a permit, I'm tied to them and I'm screwed. I'm just being completely honest. I've been doing this for 10 years. Their only motivation here is money. It's not safety. Let me be honest with you. It's been 6 months, almost about 6 months since I've been there. The water here, nothing's happened to the water here. Nothing's happened to that patio cover. All my ships are okay. Nothing's wrong, right? The only motivation right here is money. It's very clear to me. And I've done this for 10 years. My very huge concern right now is if I get any permits to any of these, I'm at their mercy, I'm screwed. If they want me to flip the whole house upside down, I'll have to do it at their mercy because, I mean, now that I know their team and how they operate, I'm very, very skeptical. I'm very concerned that I have to go to this route to go to this. And I mean, like I said, it's to me it's very unusual how they're fighting half an inch when they can't even measure with the right tape. They can't even measure from the bottom to the top of the roof. These are I mean, they're trying to charge me like about 50 grand, I would think, just in permit fees. And this is all based on a measurement that they can't prove or that. I would highly suggest maybe do request the measurements that they have and compare it to mine because they get this. I'm going to give you an example, sir, because you said, hey, it was close enough, but they're fighting me over half an inch. You know what I'm saying, right? It's a half an inch of $7,000 a shed. You know, that's where we're getting to at this point right now, right? Let me be honest. You already took a picture. I have a lot of insight of working at Sweetwater High School unit. I know the background story of what's happened with corruption, fraud in the city.
I would object, there's no evidence we're going outside of the scope of it.
I'm a general contractor. I work multiple cities.
I will overrule and allow the appellant to complete last minute.
I have a lot of experience working with cities. It only comes down to money. That's all they care about. Because that's how they finance everything on their end. Right? Once again, we're talking about multi-million-dollar entity versus a homeowner. Right? And just be honest, I'm just very, very transparent. It's all about money. This is not about safety or anything. I could tell if it was a safety thing, it would be easy to fix. These are not easy to fix. This is all about money, and it's unfortunate how they have to go through this way. But it's a learning experience for me. I mean I know how to speak to this.
Okay, that completes the appellant's closing statement. The city has the opportunity to rebut. Would you like to do the same thing for me?
Yes, briefly. We don't have any evidence of how much these permits would actually cost. I think they're being overly inflated for dramatic purposes. Also, even if they did cost $50,000, that's not for the board's consideration at this time. If he didn't want to have to fix his building, he should have done what board member M suggested and go to the office and see if there's information and ask questions. He took it upon himself to build these sheds because he thought he knew better than anybody else. He's saying everybody measured wrong, nothing is correct. But if you go by his measurements, they are over the square footage. And I took the liberty of doing more math than I've done in a really long time. A 120 square foot area is 17,280 square inches. I went by the measurements in red that Mr. Nenora had provided of the exterior measurements, because in this case, you must use the exterior measurements because that is the standard that is used in the city of Chula Vista. I think Anissa's testimony was the best because she said, I went by my training and experience and I was trained to measure from the outside. That is her training. She's not adding any interpretation. She's not adding, I've been doing this for 20 years. No, her very basic training, she had her city issued tape measure, she had her partner, and she measured. We're not talking about 6 inches out. We're talking about, they are consistent with the measurements that Mr. Nenora has provided. So if we go by Mr. Nenora's measurements, which were in red, even excluding the trim, even though I would dispute that, even if you go by the most conservative exterior measurements, as calculated by Mr. Nenora, each 3 of the buildings are over the square footage. So if the limit is 17,280, one is 17,532.75, the other one is 18,005, and the last one is 17,984.625. So yes, we're talking about square inches, but you have to draw the line somewhere. And if the standard for all of the city and what Mr. Wagner testified to, all of these plans, if you were to pull them all, they are all being calculated by the exterior measurements, it would be improper to then calculate this piece by interior measurements because that's what Mr. Nenora wants. Your question is, did the city deviate from its standard practice? No. Did the city use an improper measuring system? No. There's nothing to support overturning the violations in this case. So they might be de minimis, fine, we'll concede that, but there's still violations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That completes the closing statements. And The matter is now submitted. Does that conclude the actual hearing?
Hearing part and vote. We will be discussing and voting to just repeat it. But in terms of the parties.
Okay, very good. So the parties have completed their participation in the hearing for tonight. And before I close the hearing and begin deliberations, this is the next opportunity for public comment. All right, do we have a public comment?
We do. Robert wishes to speak. Robert, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for my time. You know, I can see both sides, right? And the real issue I have with it, it's an all or nothing, right? We're going to court right now. She's gonna win this case. trying to bring a little humor. But you know, it's about compassion too. Like it really is. With ambiguity of definitions of words, it leaves interpretations. And so you're going to sit there and pick that half an inch and say that that's it, right? Like, you know, personally, I've been on job sites. They rarely ever match the plans. There are so many issues that you just don't even see coming. And they get adjusted. And then they just get pushed through. You know? I've heard many times today they're called sheds from the city. They affirm their sheds. They don't even argue the fact that they're sheds. You know, lack of evidence within people living. I mean, I store a TV in my shed. I even may plug it in. Fan, whatever. You know what there isn't in any of those pictures? Food, water, things that actually would look like someone was living there with, right? Maybe even a refrigerator. And like I said, I told him outside in the room, I can agree with the city on the one that may be too close to the building for different setback restrictions. Okay, but I definitely disagree with patio cover because I've built patio covers and they're not 6 feet away from the house. Okay, that is just a pipe dream. You know, I think there's a easy way to fix this, and I trust that this board has gone through and heard both sides and has put its best effort to hear him and the city for a fair fact, right? And you know, I'm here to verify that the public also can, like I say, express their concern for a situation where it's so, you know, I would have thought it was 120 inside square feet, you know. You can't put anything in a wall. So, you know, we're 3.5 inches on both sides, that's 7 inches. But nobody's worried about the 7 inches you can't use. So, once again, I really appreciate the board's time for hearing this gentleman out. I don't know him. I really appreciate staff's time for hearing him out as well, and also assisting with him. I don't think this is the last time we're going to deal with each other in that sense. And so I just hope that there's a good bridge built from this, and we're not just here to take the money.
All right, Rose, is there any more public comment?
There's no more public comment.
All right, so having heard both sides and public comment, I would, at 8:21, close the administrative hearing and move on to the portion where the board may deliberate and vote. And I will turn the board's attention to tab number 11 in our binder provided by the city, which is the resolution that we are being asked to sort of approve and decide on this evening. What you will notice about the resolution is that it identifies the 6 different alleged violations, and we will deliberate each one by one and reach a conclusion on whether the violation had occurred and whether the notice of violation should be completed. Before I get into that, give me one moment to ask our council a question. This doesn't say anything about the actual corrections. City council didn't change it.
So. Yeah, this is the code and then variation. Is it recorded? Did it occur and should it be recorded? And once it's recorded,
The city will make the determination on these items. We have not made this determination tonight.
If it was the clarified intent with the prosecutor, that's how we did it occur and should it be recorded? If it was the intent to record the violation, that is what this is.
Okay. May I ask that question?
Yes.
Prosecutor?
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, before we begin deliberation, we have one and maybe two procedural questions.
Okay.
So you had mentioned in your closing statements that your expectation is this board would make a decision on violations and corrections. The resolution only covers the violations and not the corrections. And I would like to know your opinion on whether you want the board.
Sorry. In this case, it's not the corrections, the question is the recordation of the violation as stated in the resolution. So I would ask you to go by the resolution. Thank you for
Okay,
that.
so in my instructions to the board, we will be deliberating on each of the alleged violations and whether it should be recorded. We will not be deliberating on the means of correction.
No, because the board's purview is, was there a violation or not? If there was a violation, it would be recorded.
Okay,
Yes,
that is very helpful.
thank you, sorry.
The next question is regarding any corrections that may have been made in any interim before today, right? Like if sheds have been emptied or something to that effect.
That was part of the so
I see. So that would be weighed against the deliberation. That was not something to proceed.
is it?
So we'll focus on, okay. So sort of my sidebar, our council was regarding any changes that may have been made to the property between the time the appeals were filed and today. And so for today, we will be deliberating on the violations that were alleged in the notice of violation based on the evidence that was provided today, not anything else outside of that. Okay. So with those attempted instructions, I would like to handle some of these in a particular order for the sake of discussion. So the first alleged violation that I would like this board to make a decision on is the improper electrical use. And a couple things I would point out are that the code that the city is referencing is 15.06.080B. This gets to the discussion, which I said we could trust we would revisit, this topic of permit exempt and code exempt. And the reality is that the code is adopted into law. Okay, the code is city law. There's no law exempt. You can be exempt procedurally from having to get a permit. You're not exempt from the law. Okay, and the code is the law. And I'm sorry. Further, that particular code explains that exemption from the permit requirements shall not be deemed to grant authorization for any work to be done in violation of the technical code. So because you don't have to get a permit does not mean you're allowed to violate technical code. Specifically, California Electrical Code, which adopts the NEC, section 400.12, is very specific, and the city provided that. The city provided that as part of the packets, which is the NEC's uses permitted and uses not permitted for extension cords. And item number 2 there is specifically where run-through holes in walls. So the code, in that case, it restricts how the cord is installed. It does not comment on how it's used, how it's connected with a GFCI, otherwise how often it's unplugged. It's the manner of installation. And the other thing that I'm glad I found this note that I was going to share with Bill, in 15.06.100, there is a discussion about advice that someone may get from the city, perhaps an inspector or otherwise, which says that presuming to give authority to violate codes and city ordinances shall not be valid. So in other words, if someone, unfortunately, possibly, maybe told the appellant if they were to disconnect these things every night, that would be okay. If the installation violates the code, then what was said, contradictory to that, is not valid. So I would like to start the deliberation on improper electrical use of that background. So, maybe Vice Chairman Taylor. Yes.
I would hold that.
Okay.
Is that what we're getting at?
That's where we're going.
Yeah.
That's where we're going, unless you'd like to discuss further.
I'm a general electrical contractor. And obviously, I don't know how.
Okay. Any deliberation you guys want?
I'm in agreement on that line.
Okay.
Well, that's the agreement stuff too, if that's what we're discussing.
Okay, yeah, limited only to the improper electrical. Okay. All right, well then, seeing that we're ready to move on here, at this point, should we take a motion on which one?
I think you can make findings one altogether at the end, so you can note it for the motion, if you have
Okay.
violation, how.
Is it okay to ask Elizabeth what city employee told them that he could unplug it?
We're beyond taking evidence, so if it's not in, I don't know.
The reason why I asked if it's a violation, but immediately he would have been asked to remove the electrical cord. And I saw the pictures, the electrical cords just hanging out outside the house, and he was told by the city employee, all he has to do is unplug it. I found that very concerning.
That's beyond whether it occurred or not.
Yeah, I would agree. I would not disagree that would be concerning, right? Because citizens are supposed to rely on the
Does he have to be paying, or does he have any
Proof.
of?
It
Just
was
curious.
the first
So
inspection.
what you could do whatever is finding is, so into the extent, if, make a note. If somebody did almost that would be contrary to what you whatever. You could make a note so that we're not accepting that.
Understood. So we're going to write some information about our decision. Would you like to suggest that we perhaps add some kind of a note to that effect?
Yes.
Okay,
Good suggestion.
it's your suggestion. So, okay. For the next one, I would like to discuss alleged violation number 6, which is the unpermitted water heater. And I want to add a little bit of background. The Chula Vista Municipal Code 1.41.020, this is administrative compliance and enforcement. It says that violations of the municipal code affecting the real property may be corrected through a notice of violation issued to the responsible party. Responsible party is defined in Chula Vista Municipal Code 1.04.010 and the definition and rules of construction. And a responsible party means the owner of real property upon which a violation of the code exists, who has caused, created, or continues to allow a condition to occur or exist upon real property consisting of violation of this code or law. So, by virtue of the fact that the house has been sold or transferred, if there is a code violation, the person who owns it and allows it to continue to exist is, in the law, the responsible party. And I would also point to 15.06.080, which specifically says that permits are required for building service equipment unless exempt. So hot water is building service equipment.
The question I would have, and is, was it disclosed at the time of the sale of the property?
And so we have to deliberate internally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm relevant, but I mean, right now, this way the code reads, it's not new.
I would uphold that violation also. It's unfortunate, but it's an obvious violation.
I don't know much about installing water heater, but a licensed plumber would know to have a permit, right? Or anyone helping out there.
Yes. Yes. Any licensed contractor regularly does business in the city of Chula Vista is going to know that requirement.
Right. So.
Okay, then it would be my intention to mark this one as violation upheld. Do you all agree?
It's a violation.
Agree? Agree? Okay. So the water heater would be violation upheld. The next one would be, I would like to discuss the issue of patio cover. Patio cover, I had looked at 15.06.00, which the city provided, and it's in our binders here. And it asks, you ask 3 questions. Is it attached? Does it exceed 12 feet? And does the roof area exceed 144 square feet? If any of those are yes, a permit is required. If all are no, then it is exempt. What I did not find or see, it may be there and I likely missed it, is any setback requirements. I don't know if that comes into this discussion. So I think that's one that we could really benefit from deliberation on.
Well, I asked if it was detached, would it comply with the setback, and they said no, it wouldn't anyway. I mean, I don't know, I've taken the word for it.
Okay. I'm listening, please.
Well, we're gonna discuss it. I don't know.
I mentioned earlier, it would look detached, it would look attached. So, the picture looked like it was attached. I think
the structure is detached.
Yeah.
of the structure.
But, I mean, everything other than the roofing. I mean, they've got the elemental stops at the fascia. There's no ledger. It's detached, but the roofing is what would, I guess, attach it.
I understand that the city is following policies. These policies are already set in place. Maybe it can be something considered for the future. You purchase the house with the patio, with the water heater. and he has to pay the consequences for that.
So we're looking right now at 19.58.020 accessory buildings. If you want to flip to it and think about whether you feel this setback applies to a patio cover, that's kind of what we're just seeing.
Our job is to interpret the codes, so yes, it's a violation.
So what I'm looking for is, yeah, good question, is whether the setback is identified either in the code we have before us or in the argument made by the city. The patio cover, and here's, we're deliberating, so we can talk over. Where I'm at is, I don't see an attached patio. I don't see a patio cover. I don't see a patio cover over 144 square feet. I don't see a patio cover over 12 feet tall.
That's what I'm at.
So unless there's something else that I don't see, and there might be, and I would ask your help finding it.
The city mentioned the setback requirement. I look at patio covers throughout Chula Vista and whether that's permissible or not, or, I mean, and I would have a hard time seeing a 6-foot setback on the houses in my cul-de-sac. You don't have a limit for 6-foot setback to get back up. To me, it's.
And it used to be on the floor plan, it was like a covered carport or something, where if you were to set it back, you would not drive a car under it.
Right.
So sorry, it would be tab number 5 has this section on accessory.
So we're now deliberating on
We're still on patio cover.
this. Okay.
And looking in 19.58,
Coverage patio.
okay. And I had, this was already underlined. What do you see there, Mr.
It
Ray?
has to be 6 feet, if it's, unless attached.
Unless it's attached. So if
Right.
it's detached, it needs to be 6 feet away from the dwelling. If it's attached, it needs a permit. Yeah. Okay, so what's the? Container, we have, thought we were good.
Like the appellant stated earlier, he purchased a property
Yeah.
in that condition. Seems like he agreed to the situation. That it's properly built. So the city codes, so it's a violation.
Okay, so I'd like to ask council a question. So the violation that's alleged is that there's an attached patio cover which requires a building permit. Speaking openly, I feel there's not an attached patio cover. So do I find, so it ends there.
If it is attached.
Well, that's a question that our council is saying is outside. Well, maybe it's not.
Yeah, we need to,
If it-
attached. If it isn't, there's a roof there, I don't know where we define attached.
I think that's why we're here.
What was working the city is, I can put words in his story years now, and I heard that he felt that it was attached based on the roof. Is that correct?
I think we're past Q and A.
Right.
We're past
So it's
Q and
just a
A.
deliberation.
That's it.
Okay.
So if it were attached, it would need to get a building permit. If it went for a building permit, among whatever else might come up, a setback issue would come up then as well. If it's, well,
It's detached, it needs to be 6 feet away.
it's detached, it's at 6 feet. So we might give Elizabeth a moment, but what we're asking the council is that the way the violation is written, number 5, unpermitted patio cover, the attached patio cover requires a building permit. If we find by the preponderance of evidence that there's not an attached patio cover, then it becomes exempt from the building. And do we get into, well, if it's attached, what happens then? So where do you draw the line? This is the question Elizabeth would get. Are you ready to answer?
If you,
What's your advice?
if you find that it's unattached, it would be cause for such a violation of the non-understood. It is up to code enforcement to them, to examine whether or not an unattached patio cover constitutes a violation.
Mr. Taylor,
There's chairs, we're not there physically seeing. And there hasn't been enough evidence to, confirm that this is attached or detached. So that's the issue.
So the preponderance started with the city and then the burden shifted to the appellant. Did he show that 50% are more likely than not?
so we don't need a high level of confidence that it's detached. But you feel it's just a little bit more likely or not that it's detached or not is ultimately the judgment call that we're all going to be asked to make with the evidence that we have available.
And then what if it is attached?
It's not,
Then-
not so approved you right here, but then the city can come back later.
That's
And
Then we would mark it as violation not upheld. So if we decided we felt it was detached, it would be violation not upheld and not recorded. Yeah, city,
More
whatever in the future, or not, but.
I agree with that.
So you reached a conclusion? Vice Chairman Taylor, do you have a conclusion?
Follow suit. I agree with what you
Okay.
said. Yep.
Mr. Allen?
I think that, I share that I think the structure, is detached. The only thing there, that even is close to saying it's attached structures, the roofing material. Everything else there is detached. Well, so it's a detached structure.
My opinion also would be, from what I've seen, to consider it detached, and that was your opinion as well?
Yes.
And detached? Okay, so based on the fact that we believe that the patio cover is detached, then we will strike item number 5 and violation not upheld for the unpermitted patio cover. The next one I would like to move to is violation number 3, which is the shed setback. What we saw from the appellant was a tape measure photograph that it's 22 inches away from the main dwelling, 19.58.020B. Says that accessory buildings, unless attached, must be at least 6 feet away from any dwelling. And item D also indicates there's a little, I won't muddy the water, I'll stop there. So accessory buildings, unless attached, must be at least 6 feet away.
I would uphold that violation.
Okay?
Well, I don't know how you could avoid it.
Okay. Mr. Matera?
Well,
I also uphold the shed setback violation, which is item number 3. And for the sake of the folks in the hearing, just remind ourselves, we are not going to be providing input on any corrections that are required. Like what is the outcome of that? We will not discuss that tonight. Okay, the next one. Let me see. I would like to divert a little bit. I want to go to item number 4, the alleged violation for the unpermitted living space, which we've come to learn is the washer-dryer room located near the driveway. We talked a little bit about right of entry for inspection. To summarize, the city with 24-hour notice is allowed to come and inspect. The owner is allowed to reject. The city is able to go get an inspection warrant, and if the owner rejects it, it becomes a misdemeanor. Let's discuss the alleged unpermitted living space and the washer dryer.
You said something about a warrant.
An inspection warrant.
Did we hear that at all? That they got that?
That would be later. So that would be if the owner says you cannot inspect this, and the city really wants to, they can go ask a judge for a warrant.
I think he said that. Did he want anything with that?
Correct. The owner refused entry,
Exactly.
which is within his rights.
Okay.
And from what we heard, the city didn't move forward to go to the judge for an inspection.
I don't know if we have a definition on the space either.
So I will share what we see, and this is similar. I mean, we can debate. You guys might change my mind here, but similar to the electrical code issue, which is not as much about how it's being used, but how it's installed, how it's equipped. And so 19.58.020C says that storage shelters are allowed as accessory buildings as long as they're not equipped for use as living quarters. So it's about, is this building equipped? And while I've got the microphone, I'm going to add some observations from the photos. What we saw in the photos were we saw inflated airbeds with sheets on the beds, with pillows on the beds. We saw some climate control through space heaters and fans. We saw TV and gaming connected. And we saw drinks, and we saw personal effects. So the question I would have is that space equipped for living quarters?
No running water, no bathrooms in there. I don't know if that's required to get living quarters.
This is the judgment area now.
Well, definitely no MEP, that was in law.
Or they kind of make sense of running water or. But then again, there's a bed. The refrigerator, right?
I didn't see the refrigerator.
There was there a refrigerator.
How many people live in their cars?
But who was it? Maybe that's someone else that question who was living. He said he goes in there to rest because he does construction work. I understand. But then again, there's pictures of a bed.
I mean, it definitely wasn't constructed with MEP left in, mechanical, electrical, plumbing left in.
We sure majority of us are homeowners here, and what if you want to put an inflatable bed in your storage? You just hang out in there. Does that necessarily mean you're living in there?
Mm-hmm. So, and what I would add to that, if we turn our attention to the code,
Okay.
right, which is what we have to focus on, is it equipped for use as living quarters?
Okay.
I don't think so. Without a bathroom, without water.
Well, and I think the sort of unspoken, question becomes, right? Are there people anywhere in Southern California that would construct substandard living conditions, right, to house, people for monetary gain? A. B. Is that part of the reason building codes exist in 2026 that maybe didn't 150 years ago?
Where's the evidence? Because that's his house, that's his storage. But is there any evidence from the neighbors, any pictures showing that someone was living there, exiting in and out?
Was there a complaint? Is that what it is?
So what we have been provided is that the inspection originally was triggered by neighbor complaint, something like citizen complaint.
But not for someone living in shit.
All we know is a citizen complaint.
Was part of the complaint by the citizen, she confirmed, provided evidence that someone was living in there besides the owner
I
of the
mean,
property?
we all have the same information, and it said something, the investigation was started based on citizen complaint. So that was it.
Okay. So neither one of us saw evidence. The fact that we have. But then again, it's contradictory because it's fatal that
Well, and is it the unpermitted electrical that makes it livable, right? One of the questions that I raised to our council that is maybe a little bit outside of scope is on the order of like what, and this is what I meant by saying like any corrections or things that might have taken place between the time the appeal was filed and tonight. And I think we've seen photos that the shed has been emptied, right? What would be to happen next if you find that this was an unpermitted living space and the recording is filed? What is the process in terms of, and that all kind of comes downstream if we don't get to decide. I think, and I guess I would turn to the council and ask, is the question that on the date this was issued, this notice of violation was issued, I guess two parts is, do we find by virtue of it was equipped for use as living quarters that would be the violation?
So it is a notice of intent to record a violation. So
Can I just ask a
Yes, sir.
clarifying question? Because to me, reading the unpermitted living space, to me that's talking about the attachment where the washer and dryer is. Because
You're right.
that's item 4.
You're right.
So we're mixing things up. Item 1 is sheds without building permits. So let's be clear on what we're talking about.
Thank you. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. So, I guess maybe the question sort of, so what you would be implying is we should strike the discussion of beds, sheets, pillows, fans, none of that was observed in the washer dryer. This discussion is about the washer dryer room. None of that was in evidence. So we need to forget that. Okay. The washer dryer room, I think we saw had electrical to it, and that was the only thing visible from that. So thank you very much, and continue from there.
Yeah, so I guess the question in my mind is, to me, that's not really a shed or an accessory dwelling unit. accessory dwelling units usually have 4 walls. That has 3 walls, if I'm correct, and if they're attached to the house.
Mhm.
So to me, that would be something that would need to be permitted.
I believe that's what we heard from the city, that it would be treated as an addition to the house.
That's how I see it.
But that would fall outside of, so the question that we have is that an unpermitted living space, yes or no? And if we say no, it's not, similar to the water heater or anything else, the city, or the patio cover, the city will make whatever decision they will in the future, but that's outside of this decision. You agree, Mr. Yu?
I agree.
Okay. So I think the question then is like, if you weigh the evidence of what the city was able to show about that attachment to the house, the washer and dryer area, against what the appellant provided, do you believe that that's an unpermitted living space?
I don't.
Okay?
No, I would say no too.
I concur. So that would be 4 of us saying that item number 4, unpermitted living space violation not upheld, correct?
Sure.
Violation not upheld. Okay, which brings us to the last one. Sheds without building permits. Discussion of floor area. That's right.
It all rests on them, I think.
Well, sorry, let me add one comment to sort of stir the discussion here based on the closing arguments by the city. The closing arguments presumed, and I think this is a question worth taking up here, and I say that, and some people may disagree, but I say it based on all of your professional experience and so on. Did the city use an improper measurement system? The city said in the closing statements, asserted they did not use an improper measurement system. So something to think about.
By system, you mean measuring outside walls or by the measuring outside walls?
I think they meant exterior, gross.
No, I think that's what it's just, there's definitely ambiguity there, and there should be, buildings,
Mr. M, what are your thoughts?
That's where I was hung up. Was is there somewhere in the city that clearly, what floor, what was their exact language?
Floor area.
Floor area. What floor area means, because, and I mean, you're a contractor. In my world, you have gross, you got net, you've got usable, like you said. I think you added one more.
Building footprint.
Building footprint. And building footprint to me would be exterior.
Mhm.
Usable floor area would be interior.
Mhm.
Net would be interior. Gross would be exterior.
Mhm.
So what are we really talking about here? And that's why I wanted to understand, if you're a contractor and you're building something, do you have a clear understanding of what floor space truly is? And is there somewhere in the city where that's defined? And I heard that it's defined in the building code, and we saw it in the building code, but what we saw in the building code was exactly what we're talking about here, is net and gross. But before he started, and even if he was to go down to the building official's office and get a document saying this is what we require on accessory dwelling units, does it just say 120 square foot of floor? Does it define what floor space truly is? And what I heard is it doesn't really define that. So that's where I'm hung up on this thing. We're talking inches. I get that it's, I heard that there's consistency with how they measure, but that's where I'm hung up.
And is that a proper measurement system, right? Because it can be consistent.
I think they both are. I think I think it comes down to interpretation. Yeah. What's your interpretation of floor space?
Well, and that's why we're here. And one of the things I'm interested in all of your input on is when you go to buy a house, or you go to build an ADU, or you go to buy flooring to cover your floor area, right? What are the measurements that that a rational person, that your regular citizen is working with? If you buy a house that's 2,000 square feet, right? Does that include the garage? Like the neighborhood I'm thinking of,
Right.
the second floor is on top of the garage, and it's a nice square footprint. And if you measure the footprint of the building, you're, overestimating your like sellable floor area. So I'm not trying to persuade. I'm adding to the discussion for you. Mr. Mateo,
one of the things that he said is he was confident in building the sheds. That based on the measurements he took, the pictures that led at 124 in width.
Mm-hmm.
And he stated that he knew the policy that you had to stay within 120, but the city came and said he didn't stay within policy. So I was thinking if he was really off track, he probably would have went beyond 125, 130.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm also hung up as well too. So I'm trying to determine, see the city sent a second opinion to do the measurement. But he's arguing that his measurement is correct. And we cannot all figure or confirm or agree. So,
well, I think we have and I'll get back to you in a moment. I think we have the opportunity to decide: does the shed exceed 120 square feet of floor area? And that's why it's come to this board tonight, is because there's a disagreement. The city is saying calculate based on exterior dimensions. The appellant is saying we're calculating based on interior dimensions, and that's the clash. And there's reasons that the code was, written in ambiguity. But it's this group of four individuals that know this industry and the way we, transact and so on, that would decide: is it over or under 120? And I agree with the city's attorney that the building code matters are written to be sort of binary. Either it is or it isn't. It's not a matter of intent or those kind of things. So it's up to us to decide: it's over or under 120.
So I'm just going to put my document burden of proof.
Mm-hmm.
The city presented its case initially.
Okay.
And his job is to define by preponderance of evidence whether they put it up.
Okay.
Which may not mean we have to determine whether it's over or under, but there becomes doubt in their evidence. That's
I think the challenge is that as professionals, we have a different source of doubt entirely. Their measurements align. They both measure the exterior of the building, and those things are close enough for what you're going to get with a measuring tape with different people and this kind of thing. Their exterior measurements, in my opinion, and you guys can disagree, match, right? There's a cottage industry, people building prefab ADUs for Southern California, right? Targeting the square footage requirements of the cities for that reason, because if they can stay under, they can fast track their sales, right? And there's a reason like that these things are so close to that number. It wants to maximize the square footage without going over. They're not all that size by accident, right? So from the measurements, I think both sides are saying the exterior, if you measure from the exterior, it's over 120 square feet. Only one side measured the interior and said it's under 120 square feet, right? The other one did. And based on those items, this board needs to decide, did the city, the city put forth evidence that it's over 120. Do you feel that the appellant's evidence tipped the scales where now we believe there's not a violation?
Did the city measure the interior, the inside?
We asked that question, the answer was no.
I think, based on the construction of the dwelling and, knowing how much thickness drywall is and how much thickness, T111 siding is, I think we can ascertain, what the interior square footage is. It's not that difficult.
It is not.
Earlier you were given directions, you said if it's 51% right, then you would go that way, but if it was 50, then you go the other way.
You might like to explain a little more precisely than I do.
So like 50 goes the city way.
It's more likely than not. There's not going to be a 50-50 result.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to go, which side tips the scale?
Yeah, I feel like this could go either way.
Okay, well, talk about what's making you feel that way, and we can discuss it.
Well, I feel that there's just too much confusion in the policy.
Okay.
So I would go with the other way. The interior measurement, I think, would have a good argument.
Okay.
But I can see why, if it's industry standard, I don't know if I know it, then they would say that also.
Well, in
That's
your,
why I feel like it's very close.
in your opinion, when you talk about the square footage of an unpermitted living space, is
And
it
unpermitted living space?
Yeah.
If-
Yeah, if it's well, whatever, the square footage of a accessory structure.
You go from the outside. That's why I was asking about bedroom, because I know in the bedroom they're going to measure inside.
Mhm.
So there's different ways to measure different things. But I think since they wrote the policy, and then you have to, if you don't know that, you're kind of having to guess. This is why the state has one gross floor area.
Let me ask the question another way. If this were just an accessory structure, a shed that came on a flatbed from Home Depot, and it just had plywood walls, and you measured wall to wall, your interior square footage would be much bigger, right? I mean, it could be the over in this discussion. If the shed got dropped off from Home Depot unfinished, and you didn't fur out the walls or put in drywall, you measured the floor area, that could put you over the 120, right? So it's like by virtue of the fact that it did, you know what I mean? Does someone have the opportunity to skirt the code by adding thicker walls and reducing the floor area?
Yeah, I don't think that's what happened here. I think there was confusion in the code. It
Okay.
says, confusion in the floor area, the definition of what that means.
Okay.
So I feel like they wrote the policy and now you're going to be probably trying to guess what that means if you don't know that. And I don't need the code enforcement to do that when I asked. I don't think she knew it.
Okay.
So the people who've been in business that can't really know because they don't know.
So, and whatever, a little bit pointing question. So you're in the business and you have that kind of a question, and I want to go build 3 of these things at my house in Chula Vista, knowing that if I get it wrong, it might cost me tens of thousands of dollars to fix. What would you do to try to get an answer?
Well, I think that's what Warner M said. He would go to the city, he would get the thing, he would look at it, you go, oh, okay, floor area. But now you have to, would you know to ask it, what is floor area? You know, you may assume, oh, I know floor area. That's like, I'm going to put in a floor in my bedroom, so I measure the wall, and I know what that means.
Okay.
That's what I think.
And, I think one of the things we got to think about is like how much are you weighing what's going on, or are we weighing what's going on in one side's thought process versus just wood on the ground, building code says this makes, you know what I mean? What ended up on the ground in reality, regardless of how you got there.
I think it's an interpretation of what, floor space, the interpretation of floor space. That's what it comes down to. Yeah. That's what both of us are at. And so
And other jurisdictions clarified it with net and they put in those words.
what level of certainty do you have? And I would not be surprised if it's very high certainty. But the other jurisdictions specifically say net floor area.
No, I doubt it. I just know when we look, the first one we looked at said the only one.
Yes. Like, I'm just curious.
The city of Trillium doesn't say.
I'm just curious if you looked at every other city in
No,
San Diego
no.
County, would they all say net? And this is the one that just says
That's not
floor.
right. Maybe I missed it, but.
Yeah.
And they should.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I would probably not uphold it. I wouldn't uphold this.
Okay. If we, instead of a shed, had a covered patio, how would you measure the square footage of that patio?
I think they do roof.
Because what we're trying to do here is we're trying to come up with, if this is an accessory structure that's under 120 square, and I'm trying to make a box that everything that's an accessory structure under 124 square feet, 120 square feet fits in. A covered patio, a shed, a playhouse. How would you measure the square footage of that?
If you wanted to fit inside.
How would you measure the floor area?
Yeah, this is the whole thing, is floor area.
But I'm saying it's different for a playhouse or a patio, or so the code lumps those all together. There is no interior to measure in a covered patio.
Right. But there isn't a bedroom. And then in the bedroom, you measure the interior. You wouldn't measure outside.
But in a shed,
Yeah.
there shouldn't be a bedroom.
No.
So we kind of got to pretend it's not a bedroom.
Right.
With an interior.
I just think floor area is just not defined.
Okay.
Or maybe it's correct, but it's not. It's defined well enough.
Okay.
To violate, to be a violation.
Okay. So Terry, do you think that?
That's done, it's done expertise and the thing that is the width, so.
The wall
Yeah,
thickness?
the wall thickness,
Okay. What's your thought on that?
not the wall thickness, I'm talking about the width.
Okay.
Shape, so, it's supposed to say with the 120, according to the measurements, 124, 4 inches more. That's not only a concern.
I think that was 12'4" or something. Okay. Which is the exterior measurement?
Yeah, that's
Okay. So it sounds like you're leaning towards exceeds 120 square feet.
yeah, but he says in the interior, it doesn't.
Okay. So you're leaning towards exceeds, you're leaning towards under. So Ryan, how do you lean?
I would have a question.
I'm leaning towards not a full.
Okay. Thoughts?
Well, I think I've shared my thoughts.
Sorry, you're walking me through it because I forget you.
So it's the definition of floor space, its interpretation of floor space. We saw on the codes up here when you brought it up. There's gross and net. In my world, in the schools, we look at usable space, which is net. Interior. I just think that's why I asked the question, is there anywhere in the building office, where if you pull that flyer, that it's gonna give you an understanding, clarification of what floor space is, you have to interpret floor space. And then where do you go to interpret that? Which code do you go to, or which one is gonna say that versus gross versus, and so to me, ambiguity, and I just can't stand behind, full violation, ambiguity there. I mean, if it's clear and concise to a homeowner who's going in to try to build, under that 120 and think, to me, it's like, he didn't build something that was way over, and I get what you said earlier, it doesn't matter if it's this much over or that much over, it's a violation, it's a violation. But where I'm at is the definition. and I'm gonna stand by that.
Mhm.
That's what I'm at.
I just wish the city could have taken pictures with the measurements. Why, I don't know why, but that would have helped. And that's one thing that fellow did, he took pictures. So,
Maybe before you announce any current state of an opinion, I'm not trying to persuade anyone, but I'll share my state of thought at the moment and the way I believe it. I think we are being, what's the word, led in a certain direction by virtue of the fact the sheds have sort of a semi-finished interior with the drywall and the insulation. If you were to just go buy a shed that you were going to put your lawnmower in, the outside, the exterior dimensions is good enough for calculating the floor area of that shed. You're talking the thickness of plywood. You know what I mean?
Depends on what the shed is. I mean, if it's 2x4, you got 3.5 plus the T111 siding, that's a ½ inch. I mean, even if you don't have any drywall or insulation in there, it's 4 inches. I mean, again, I get what you're saying, and I get where you're going, but I don't think I'm gonna move off the ground now.
So, I stand at uphold. We have two that are not uphold. Let's take this chair to show you current state of thought. If we have another one for not uphold, then we can vote and we're done. And if we are split, then we keep talking.
I'm in limbo, so I'm not opposed.
Okay. In limbo that, so the three who are going to say not uphold, you feel that the whatever it means to you, floor area, does not exceed 120 square feet.
You know what, from the exterior, based on his measurement and measuring tape, it exceeds 120. So did he show pictures of the measurement from the interior?
I don't believe so, but he did write them down. And the measurements that he also wrote down for the exterior lined up very well with what the city offered. So, not that it matters, but my thought would be to trust his measurements of the interior.
Where's the pictures of the city's measurements? That's what I would like to see.
So is it fair to suggest, or maybe you could answer, do you feel that the appellant's evidence that there's not a violation outweighs the city's evidence that there is?
Well, based on his measurement, it looks like a violation.
I see. Okay. So that's 2 and 2. We need to keep talking here.
So it would be a violation of the floor area to you?
See, that's not very strategic.
No, I understand.
I'm going based on what I saw, the evidence that I saw. The measurement tape, the picture.
I guess really use an example of if you were speeding, if you were going over the speed limit, but if the sign just said 75, and it doesn't say miles per hour or kilometers per hour, you don't know, right? To me, that's what this says. Floor area. You're not sure. I don't know if you're required to be a builder to go off of that. You expect anyone to do it.
Well, and that's
You
part
expect anybody.
that's part of the evidence.
He doesn't do that part.
And that's part of the evidence. And, if there are people that should have expected to know where to go to get answers to building code questions and such, it's going to be contractors, right? Licensed contractors.
You may not know to ask that question, I guess. Would you know to ask the question of what floor area means? Would you say, does that mean I measured outside or inside? Or would you have an assumption?
Well, I wouldn't. I don't think I would ask that question.
You would ask that. So when you went to build your thing, would you measure to the outside or would you measure to the inside?
I'm not a builder.
No.
Okay.
Who's trying to figure
I
it out?
don't know.
I think it's better not.
Right,
Or a
right.
general person is.
General person, I don't think you're a general person. What a general person, that's that question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You may just try to build a shed in your yard.
But what about a contractor who also, you know, with all respect and so on, has a lot of, you know, understanding, familiarity, and opinion with, you know, electrical code and building permits and water, you know what I mean, and on and on and on.
And then it would depend on where you market, what industry, because Brian's in schools and they go by usable space, right?
Not just what industry,
Or
and
what
what
you build.
city, what, you know, I mean, is it the UBC, is it, California amendments, is it, Chula Vista driven code amendments to the code? I mean, so, you could be a contractor and you could still, I mean, if you're not familiar with that,
Which is true, right? But the question in front of us though is, we're in the city of Chula Vista. The city of Chula Vista's got the adopted municipal code. This is the law. They do things different than LA and Seattle and anywhere else, right? And sorry, Mr. Owner, right? But the responsible party is so and so.
and
So
that's why I asked, when you go to the building official's office and you ask for the paperwork to understand how to do a dwelling, is there clarification on what floor space is? Because that's where I get hung up.
So the appellant could have gone to City Hall,
You
could have gotten a fact sheet,
got everything.
could have gotten the fact sheet, made a good faith effort to build it in compliance, and ended up
Ended up like 1.5 or 2 inches out.
And if we're guessing, he did try to build it to compliance because he went, the interior dimensions were about 120. So he probably, in his head, he probably thought, yeah, this is not
That's
because of the activity. He's almost working at that's 120.
So we're going back and forth with interior to exterior.
I think that's where it goes.
I think it's
how you read it. The definition of floor area.
The city is made aware that this is based on the exterior, but not interior because they never measured the interior.
But we're talking about a valid income that is it clear enough to you to know whether it's
So our council has advised that to uphold that particular violation, we would need a quorum. We would need 3 of 4. If there's no quorum, then the violation would not be upheld. You cannot uphold without a quorum. So I don't know if that changes anyone's opinion.
So far, the two of us have told
Correct. Uphold, do not uphold, do not uphold.
So where does that leave us?
Well, I would ask, do we want to keep deliberating, because I think it's going to turn on this question of how are you thinking about floor area? We may never reach a consensus. And I think ultimately it kind of doesn't matter. It's the city's job to define it, right? And to resolve, these kind of situations. So I don't know if I'm answering the question.
Well, I think the fact that it's not defined is kind of why we put it up open.
It might be why we're split 2 and 2.
Actually,
Do you believe it's defined?
Council?
I'm not, it's for you to interpret, it's just your own procedure.
I mean, my honest thought on it is, if it were a shed that we're going to comply with being unpermitted, I look at a shed, if I'm buying my own shed from my own yard, I'm good with exterior, because the inside of it doesn't matter.
what about a playhouse?
Playhouse is the same for me with my kids. We can go lean broom or a mop or a toy, whatever, up against the hockey stick, up against the wall between the studs. The studs, in my view of a shed and a playhouse, do not subtract from what I can really use for the floor area, really. So if it was my own thing, I'm good with a real shed, I feel I'm being biased by the fact that he's got drywall and other stuff to make it a lower interior square footage.
But even if you took that drywall out, you would still make the right point.
Well, I think that's the math, right? So look, in full disclosure, I've done the math myself with his interior dimensions.
Yeah.
I feel that's under. It's like 113 square feet or something.
Yeah.
The math on the outside dimensions sounds like it's over.
Okay.
And if you subtract, so what you're saying is if you did interior to interior unfinished,
Right.
it would be under.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have 3.5 inch studs. You've got T111 siding on the outside, which is 1/2 inch, 3/4 at the max. I don't know what you use, but
What I'm saying is for a shed, I wouldn't subtract the studs. I wouldn't subtract the studs. If someone asked me, it would be the thickness of the walls. Not that anyone has to agree with me, but that's the way I would think about it.
I think I'm not gonna change my mind. I don't know if you're
I think we're ready to do that.
Yeah.
Looking at you guys too.
I've already stated my
Okay.
position.
All right, well, unless there's an objection from anyone else on the board, my position would be that we are split on the item of whether the sheds exceed 120 square feet. And because we're split on that, the violation is not upheld. Is there anything further? I've lost my place here. Did I need to say on that particular item? What are you going to tell? I'm looking for the resolution. Okay, so sheds without building permits, violation is not upheld. Improper electrical use, violation upheld. Setback violation, shed setback violation. That was the one near the windows, violation upheld.
Have to look at it.
Unpermitted living space, violation, that's a washer and dryer room, violation not upheld. Unpermitted patio cover, violation not upheld. Unpermitted water heater, violation upheld. So that is a total of 1, 2, 3 that are upheld. Improper electrical use, shed setback violation, unpermitted water heater. So I've marked up the resolution to that effect. Do we want to make a motion to approve the resolution as marked up? Vice Chair moves, and Member Yuli seconds. Secretary, when you're ready, if we might call a vote.
Member M?
Aye.
Member Yuli?
Aye.
Vice Chair Medina? Chair Sclafani?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Is that completed, 3.2? I need to find, one second, or at least for the board members. Can see. Yeah, I'm looking for this one, procedure, just to make sure we're closed out. After the vote. Okay, so after the vote, the chair will render a final written decision in compliance with Juristic Municipal Code 1.40.020H.
So, sorry, it's all part of the motion, it should have all been part of the motion.
Okay.
So, you can ask if somebody wants to amend the motion to, note the violations and the recordation for those three violations, and authorize you to draft the final decision.
Can I believe I heard that the motion was to adopt the resolution as amended, and in the resolution, it indicates that the chair would,
Yes.
that he designated.
Thank you. So we're
Yeah,
covered.
I know there was, yes.
Okay, very good. So later, I will develop the written decision based on some of the comments that were provided in the meeting and feedback to the city. That completes item number 3.1, which is the appeal hearing. Item number 4 for the special meeting, staff comments. Are there any?
No, just thank you for your time. I know it's been a long night.
The next item, as we work our way towards adjourning, is item number 5, chair's comments. I want to thank the board members for showing up. I feel like you did really good work today, deliberating some really tough issues that would not be possible to do justice without your expertise and familiarity with these sort of concepts. So this is why we get together on this kind of a board and hopefully do right for the neighbors that we live with. Moving on to item number 6, other board members' comments.
Well, I want to say thank you to the staff. I think you guys did a great job preparing. This was a great experience, and thank the appellate for preparing himself as well too. Thank you. You all did a great job.
Thank you, sir. Others? Board member comments?
I would just echo that, thank the staff, I know you guys put a lot of hard work into it. Appreciate being a part of this.
All right, thank you, everyone. Time is 9:33.